Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the H3Africa Scientific Communication Workshop, which has been organized by multiple trainers. And we've obviously had day 1 already, and I'm just going to have a quick recap of that. Welcome to day 2. Happy Freedom Day to South Africans. Today, 27th of April, for some people in South Africa, they're going to be celebrating Freedom Day. So it's a holiday, but some of us are working. So yes, I just wanted to mention that as well. Yesterday, we had a good day, I'd say, if I was to reflect on obviously on my own experiences. But I mean, you are going to have to evaluate day 1. But I mean, we had a jam-packed day, a few breaks in between to make sure that we capture and do not give you Zoom fatigue. And even today, we're going to have a similar work plan where we're going to have workshop or rather training, and then we're going to have a bit of a break in between. So yesterday we started at 8:30 a.m. With Shumi Chumombe, who did a bit of introduction, and myself and Fozia welcomed everyone as well. And Verena Ras gave a workshop on effectively communicating research and why it matters. And obviously there were a bit of activities that we did with that as well. And immediately after that, Rolando Julius gave a training on presenting yourself, your thesis in 180 seconds. And obviously there was a bit of practice there that was involved. Then we had a bit of a break, so where we could obviously get tea and coffee or whatever, or chill a bit before coming back to get training from Segun Fatumo, who taught us how to put together a good abstract. And again, that was a very hands-on workshop where we went into breakout rooms and tried on working on our own little abstracts for the workshop. Immediately after that, Hauna Risabile gave a workshop on winning scientific oral presentations. And again, that was really well received. And then we had a lunch break. And then immediately after that, we had a panel discussion with Laura, Dan, Verena, Fozia, and Michelle, who taught us how to provide feedback and constructive criticism, and how to review, edit, and give suggestions, etc. We didn't have a break afterwards. Immediately got Dan Lackland, who gave us a piece on popular writing, and Fozia kindly gave us a wrap-up of the day. Now, today again is going to be very jam-packed. We have a full day as well. I'm looking at the agendas, I'm talking to you now. So I'm just providing recap now. We were supposed to start at 8:30, but I understand that people are in different parts of Africa or the world, and that today for some people it's a holiday. Hence I was giving like a 20-minute grace period to say, okay, let's wait for other people to join, and then we can begin. Because I think what's coming now is I've attended one of these workshops, or many of them before, by Nikki Tiffin, who first is going to introduce once I'm done talking. But I mean, it goes in, it's one of the important, and I think I'm glad that we're recording this, because I think you do need to go back to it on YouTube and just take some tips. And I think because writing is a journey, it's a lifelong journey. You never arrive at the destination. And I think obviously you constantly need tips and how to navigate such a very complex and I think fun exercise as well. So we're gonna have today Nikki giving how to start writing a manuscript, and then we're gonna have a break for 25 minutes, and then Nikki's gonna then come back again. And immediately after that, we're gonna have Lyndon and Caleb come in to give us a workshop on how to read, summarize, and critique research article, and that's gonna be the first part, because then, and obviously that's gonna again be very hands-on as Nikki's one is gonna be, and then immediately after that, we're gonna have Chris and Amel, who are in America right now, and I'm thinking they're still sleeping because time differences. But when they wake up, they're gonna join us, giving us opportunities for after your studies, identifying transferable skills. Because I think it's important to study, but what are you gonna do with those skills that you are getting through these workshops, through your degrees and stuff like that? What opportunities are out there? And then we're gonna have a break, and then immediately then Lyndon and Caleb are gonna come back again on how to read, summarize, and critique a research article, which is going to be the second part. And then afterwards, we're going to finish the day latest by 5 p.m. But obviously looking at yesterday, where sometimes people get excited and obviously want to continue with working. But I mean, I'll try to work hard to make sure that we finish on time. But obviously if we need more time, we might have to have these workshops again in future. Okay, So just a few ground rules again. Make sure that your mic is always muted. Tweet, please, the hashtag scientific communication workshop. Go ahead and go on Twitter, go on Facebook, update your friends, update your colleagues about what's going on, what lessons are coming out of this workshop. And please rename yourself according to the name that you used to register. Because how we're going to take the register now is not that we're going to say, Asata, are you present? And raise your hand. No, we are going to just look at the end of the day, we're going to take the list from Zoom and we're going to then place it alongside the Excel sheet that we got from HNDP. So please make sure that you rename yourself to the name that you used to register. In case we want to give you a certificate, wink, wink, we use the correct name instead of an email address or a nickname that you used. So please rename yourself, and I'll keep on repeating that throughout the day. But without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Fozia to introduce our first speaker for the day, and then we can begin. Thank you. Fozia?
Okay, thanks, Pablo. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I will introduce Prof. Nick Tiffin with an experience in molecular genetics, bioinformatics, epidemiology. Prof. Nick Tiffin, research explored the ethical use and analysis of large health genomics datasets to improve health outcomes. African genetics and phenotypic diversity offers unique insights for disease etiology, but such research requires development of sound ethical health data collection, integration, and management practice. Prof. Nick Tiffin works in the Division of Computational Biology and on the welcome CIDRA Africa Data Integration Platform at the University of Cape Town, where her research addresses evidence-based health care through the integration and analysis of complex data sets which cross multiple health research domains, including genomic, clinical, and epidemiological data. She also contributes to databasing of patient clinical information, including ethical and data governance requirements at the platform Health Data Center in the Western Cape Department of Health, South Africa. Prof. Nick Tiffin explores research data governance and ethics issues that apply to research and health care, with particularly consideration of genetic population diversity and other vulnerability that affects African populations. So welcome, Prof. Nikki. The floor is yours. Thanks.
Thanks, Fozia, and thanks, Pablo. And it's very nice to see everyone. I'm sure, well, it's a lovely large group, but I'm sure many of you have been on workshops with me before. So I'm just going to check in. Pablo, will you keep an eye on what I'm proposing here and just make sure it fits in with the agenda? I've actually pre-recorded a presentation because I've got 3 hours with you this morning and I simply can't talk for 3 hours. So my proposal is our first session. It's from 9 to 10. I think we should all watch that presentation. I did send yesterday an email with a link to the presentation if you prefer to download it and watch it directly, but I'll also play it through Zoom. So if you're on this call, you can also watch it there. You don't have to download it. And then we can have a bit of discussion after that. You can ask me questions you have. And then I thought, then we have a break for half an hour from 10 to 10:30. And then in the second hour, from 10:30 to 11:30, what I'd like to do is I'll put up the slides that go with that presentation. And we'll go through the different steps and we'll stop at step 1 and you can all do step 1. Then when everyone's ready, we can have a bit of discussion, then we move on to step 2. So we can work through a step at a time I hope you all managed to bring a figure, some figure, any figure. But what we can also do, it's quite a large group. When we get to that point, we can see if you would rather go into breakout groups and work in groups, or whether you would rather stay in the room and each work on your own figure, and then we'll have some discussion. So I really hope that everybody's comfortable to just type in the chat, unmute and ask me questions. Raise your hand if you prefer to do that, and I'll come to your questions. And I'm sure Pavalo and others on the call will just help me stay on track in case I miss that someone's trying to say something. But for me, I know it's really hard doing these workshops online, and it's a different kind of energy. So I respect that for you guys. It's also hard to stay focused. But please remember, it's also hard to be the person giving the session if you get no feedback at all. So I'm hoping we'll be quite relaxed and you'll be able to jump in. And then what I thought also, so that would be, so 9 to 10, we're going to do now with the presentation and the sort of more formal sharing of the information and some Q&A. And then 10:30 to 11:30, we're going to actually get in there and start doing some writing around your figure. And then I thought at 11:30 we could take a break. I've got also a pre-recorded short presentation about writing your introduction, so we can watch that. And then we can do a little exercise just defining your defining how your introduction works. And I can see Tane is on the call, so I'm going to pick on you to help me play that game because you've played it before, and then hopefully everyone else will jump in and we'll get involved. So if that sounds fine to everyone, then I think let's jump in. Did everyone meant to have it ready? And I didn't have it ready. Let me just get it for you. I sent out a link to Google Drive in the email yesterday. Where is it? Let me just, I'll copy it into the chat as well. So anyone, this information will stay in Google Drive. So it's going to be there for as long as you need it. Wait, sorry, I'm opening the wrong thing. Pabalo, do you have your email open? I've closed mine because I didn't want it to blink and plonk at us.
Yes, I do. I will copy and paste
there
it
we
now.
are. Thanks.
Someone did already.
Michael beat us to it as I fumbled around. Okay, great. So Michael, thanks. There's the link also, but obviously the presentation we're going to run through Zoom as well. Yeah, and as I said, that link is going to be there forever. I'm not going to take it down, so the material will stay there. So before we jump in, does anyone want to ask any questions or make any comments about this process? We can decide a little bit later if we want to do breakout groups or if we want to stay in, you know, in one session and all work on our figures independently. I just thought if there are people who don't have figures or tables to work with, then they can work with people who do. That was the thinking around the breakout rooms. So any questions or comments or thoughts? Should we jump in then to the presentation? I can run it through Zoom. It is about 25 minutes. So if you're watching it separately, then let's be back on this live forum at 9:30. Does that sound fine? I mean, I'll be here all the time, but I'm just thinking if you're watching it on your laptop separately, if you've downloaded it or something like that. So I'm going to jump in and start running it. You could also type questions in the chat as we go, as far as I know. So let me do that. And I'm just, when I have it running, I'm just going to check in the chat. Please let me know if the sound is not right or there's something not working properly, and I'll just fix it.
Okay, we'll let you know. We're waiting.
Thank you. You're right, waiting with bated breath, are you?
Yeah. No pressure. Don't rush.
Right, let's see. Have I got this right? Yes. There we go. And off we go.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this pre-recorded session. I'm Nikki Tiffin, and I'm going to be giving you some tips on how to write a paper and how to prepare the first draft of your manuscript. So let's jump in with an overview of the approach I'm going to show you here. This is a system I'm going to present that you can use to get going with writing a paper. I think often, especially if you finished a thesis or a degree, and your supervisor says, okay, let's write a paper now, it can be quite overwhelming. So I've provided you with a stepwise process, and if you just follow the steps, step by step, one at a time, you will end up generating a first draft of your paper. So the first draft is not going to be perfect. It's very much your starting place, but it will contain the right content and it's going to be in the right order. It's going to follow a logical order. And then you and your supervisor can work on the paper from that first draft and kind of refine it and work on the flow and make sure that the language follows smoothly. So this is very much about producing that first draft that you can then go on to perfect in later iterations. This approach works by breaking down the paper into these manageable pieces, and each piece is going to be defined by and is going to center around a figure or a table which has got the results of your research output. And then we'll tackle one piece at a time, separately from all the other pieces, so you can focus on one figure or one table and complete all the writing around that figure or table, and then you separately move on to the next one. So today I'm going to explain the whole process and how you generate each piece, and then I'm going to show you how you bring all the pieces together at the end. And then we're going to have a practical session where you'll generate one piece based on one figure or a table from your research work, and we'll discuss these, and I'll help you putting them together. And maybe someone in the group will generate two pieces, and then we can show how they come together in the final draft. So step one is to choose the diagrams that you're going to use, or the figures and the tables. So step one is going to be about deciding which are the diagrams that you want to use in your paper and which are the tables. And you're going to select up to 6 of those, but you're also going to check the journal that you want to submit to, how many of the diagrams and figures do they allow in your manuscript. But if you start with around 4 to 6 of your best diagrams from your research results, and then you put each one on a separate page, so each one stands alone on its own page. You're going to select the ones that tell the most important part of the story of the research you've done. And you know this work better than anyone, so you know which these are. You'll be instinctively able to decide this one really showed the key things that I discovered, or this one was relatively peripheral and I don't think it's worth putting into the main paper. For each figure that stands alone on its page, we're going to add an informative legend, and the same for tables. You're going to put the heading for the table. So you're going to have about 6 pages, each with a figure sitting in a lonely way in the middle of each page, and then you're going to take them one at a time, and you're going to process first the one, and then you're going to go on to the next one. So for today, and following on in this lecture, I'm going to talk about what you're going to do with one figure. But the process, once you've completed for figure 1, you're going to continue and start with figure 2 and do the same thing again. So, and for our practical today, you're just going to take one figure and go through the process with the one figure. So here's a picture of our lonely figure. I've selected a figure that I believe is the appropriate figure that shows a really key finding in my imaginary study. So nothing I'm going to show you is from a real study, so don't try and read anything into the results. These are just examples to show you how to put it together. So here we have our lonely figure sitting alone on an empty page. And here you can see I've added in a legend for this figure. So personally, I like to put in quite descriptive legends, and I like legends that kind of tell the reader what they're looking at. The reality is that people don't have a lot of time, and they don't want to have to go and dig around in the text of your paper in order to be able to interpret the figure. So I would always put in a little bit of extra detail in the legend to explain exactly what the reader is looking at. Once you've got the figure and the legend sitting in the middle of the page, this blank page, you can go on to step 2. And step 2 I've called Decide the Question. What I mean by this is, for this particular figure, what is the question that this figure answers? So I want to stress this. For this process, we're only looking at this one particular figure. So this is not about the whole project or about the whole take-home message of the paper. This is about this one particular figure sitting on its own. What question does it answer? So get it into a single, simple sentence, and try and avoid complicated language that's very sciencey or sounds very technical. This question that you're writing at the top of your page is going to be there to help you stay on track as you write about this figure, to keep you on focused on what message goes with this particular figure. So when you've worked out your question, you can write the question at the top of the page above the figure. So here in my example, you can see I've added a straightforward question at the top. Are there differences in the number of genes with apoptotic function that are differentially expressed in each experiment? And I've posted it there as a question. And I know that this graph that I've put in on this page is actually going to reveal the answer to that question. Now I'm moving on to step 3. And the point of step 3 is to define what is the simple answer to that simple question that you've defined. So now you want to work out what that answer is. And again, use simple language. This is also about keeping you on focus, keeping you, really clear about what this particular figure represents. So you're going to find this one sentence, you're going to work out what the sentence is in simple language and write it underneath the figure. And this is going to help you, it's going to guide you as you're writing about the results and the discussion and keep you on target. So again, in my imaginary example, I've added in an answer, and that is that there are differences in the expression of apoptotic genes between the different experimental conditions. It's quite straightforward. There's no fancy language. It just claims, yes. The question is, are there differences? And the answer is, yes, there are differences. So it's quite simple. We move on to step 4, and this is about how did you ask the question? You've got your question at the top, you've worked out the answer, so how did you get to that answer? What did you do to ask the question? So for your selected figure, just this figure on the page, think about how you asked the question. This is the methods text specific to this figure, and you can add it above the diagram. And this is where you're going to provide the details of the experiments you did that generated the results you're showing in this particular figure on the page. So sometimes it's quite straightforward, where you have really clear results from an experiment you did in the lab. But I just put 2 examples here because sometimes it's not as clear what was the methodology that gave you a table, for example, or a flowchart. So I just gave the example, if your figure is a flowchart that shows how you selected participants for a study and what were your selection criteria and who were excluded from the study, then your method would be all about who's in the study population and what were the selection criteria. So this is a very kind of epidemiological question. This is for a paper maybe that is really in the field of epidemiology. If your figure is a table of baseline measurements, your method might describe, again, who's in the study population or what's in the study population, what metrics were captured, and how did you collect those metrics? What was the data source for the metrics, and how did you measure those particular variables that you are now describing in your table? So here in my imaginary paper, you can see that above the figure, I've now added a paragraph, and that describes exactly what was done in order to generate this graph. Now, obviously, in my example, it's not going to make total sense, and I had to cut it a bit short just to fit everything on the page. So it's just an example showing where you put in the methods and the kind of detail that you want to put in with your methodology here. In step 5, you're going to answer the question, what did you find? And we're talking again about this particular figure, so what were the results in this particular experiment that generated this particular figure? When you describe what you found when you did the experiment, you're going to write this up and add it below the diagram as your results section. But at this point, be very careful that you just describe what the results are. You don't need to get into what they mean yet. So it's almost an entirely descriptive process of what you actually saw when you did the experiment and what were the outputs of the experiment. You may find at the end, when you've completed the final first draft, that you'll tweak the results section so maybe it has a better flow or it's easier to read. But for the first draft, just describe exactly what the results were and get that content into your first draft. And you can always shape it afterwards. So it may feel a little bit clumsy or a little bit dull, the way you're putting it in these individual sections for each figure. But you can do the smoothing and the cleaning up of your writing style once you've got all the content in the right place. Here you can see in my example that under that answer that I came up with, the sentence that just described the answer in simple language, I've added a bit about what I found and what I saw as results in this particular experiment. Now we're moving on to step 6. And step 6 is where we consider what do the results actually mean, or what do we think they mean. This is where you're going to start to interpret your results. So when we talk about what does the result mean, this is where you're going to propose your theory of why the result happened the way it did, and maybe some evidence of why this might be a true explanation. Maybe this has been seen in other studies. You can compare your results to other studies that have gone before. Is your result similar? Is it different? And then you can also talk about what are the strengths and the limitations of the way in which you did this experiment. So this text for this particular figure is for the discussion section. In my example, you can see that I've added a paragraph at the bottom here, and this is about the interpretation of the results for this particular figure and this particular experiment. In step 7, we're going to consider everything that we have written already for this particular figure or table, and we're going to add a small header for the whole page. So by doing this, we're going to generate a short title for this whole page and for all the information you've generated around this particular figure. I like to think of it kind of like a soundbite for the figure and the text around it. And you're going to use the short title going forward as a way to identify the text sections that relate specifically to this figure. So it becomes almost like a tagging mechanism. You're going to use this particular short title to identify sections that relate to this particular figure, because we're going to start moving the sections around when we compile the final full first draft. So this is going to be your tag that makes sure you know which bits of text relate to which figures. In my example, I've come up with quite a short and quite generic title for this section, and that's the functional analysis of differentially regulated genes. So it's short, it's compact, it's easy to recognize. Now you've completed the process for your first figure. You've got a page. I mean, it's obviously sometimes going to overflow for over more than one page and become a couple of pages, but essentially you have one document that is specifically for that figure or that table. So now you're going to choose the next table or figure and go back to step 1 and start again with a new sheet of paper with your new figure or table in the middle, and you're going to repeat the whole process, focusing now on figure 2 or your next table. And you're going to repeat this until you've done the process for every figure or table that you've selected to put into your paper. So each page is going to come out with its own short title, its own methods, results, and discussions, and these are going to sit around a particular figure or table on the page. In my example, I got tired of making pretend pages, so I'm only going to have 3 figures and 2 tables in my paper, but you're probably going to have a few more. But each of them can stand alone in their own right. And one of the reasons I propose doing it this way is that you don't have to decide up front what is the correct order for these things as they appear in your paper, for these figures and tables. So by keeping each of the items on their own page, you have a lot of flexibility at this stage to work out what is the correct flow of these items to tell your story in the most logical and understandable way. And that leads us to step 8, which is about finding the right order for these different documents that you've generated. At this point, I recommend that you can even print out the different pages and put them on a big table and shuffle them around until you find the order that tells the most coherent story. So each of the pages is an independent standalone page. It has a soundbite heading. It has a simple summary, question and answer, and a methods, results, and discussion section. So you can shuffle these around until you find the order that feels the most logical for a paper, starting from the baseline descriptions and the more simple approaches, and then building up to your more exciting experiments or findings towards the end. And you can shuffle it around and try different things and see what works and what doesn't work and what feels the most intuitive and sensible way to tell this story. And eventually you'll come up with an order that you're happy with, and you're going to use this order and these documents in this order to now work towards assembling the first draft of your manuscript. Step 9, we got here at last, to assemble the first draft of your manuscript. So you're going to use the content from all these independent documents that you've generated around your figures and your tables that you've selected for your paper. In order to bring all these different pieces together and to create your manuscript first draft, you're going to make a new document, a fresh document, and this is going to look more like your traditional manuscript document with the headings, the abstract, the introduction, methods, results, discussion. And then I've put in here for number 6, a figures and figure legends section right at the end. And that is because often when you submit to a journal, normally all the figures and the tables and their legends go at the end of the manuscript you submit. But you need to check with the journal that you're submitting to how they like their figures and their tables to be placed and where they want the legends to be added. And there'll be a whole section in instructions to authors that'll tell you exactly how to format your figures and legends for submission. But for the writing phase, you might also find it helpful to actually place them in the text, in the appropriate sort of area of the paper, in the results section maybe, where you're going to be writing about them. At the top of each of your independent pages, you still have your soundbite headings. So we're going to use those soundbites as section subheadings. You've got one from each of the independent pages that you generated. So under methods, we're going to have subheading 1, subheading 2, subheading 3, etc. And these are going to be those short titles from the top of your independent figure content. And you will have exactly the same subheadings in your methods section, in your results section, and in your discussion section. The reason we're doing this, if you remember, I said that you'll use short titles as kind of tags or markers. You're using them as placeholders in the main document, in the main manuscript, that show you where to transfer your text from each of the independent pages you've created. So that short title from the top of each page has become the subheading, and it's directing you exactly where to put the methods, the results, and the discussion text from each page you've created. I'm showing you here with my example how I've transferred the text from that document into my main manuscript document. So I had the short title at the top of that page, which was Functional Analysis of Differentially Regulated Genes. And that title you can see is used as a subheading in the methods section, the results section, and the discussion section. And then I've transferred the text from that page into the appropriate sections from the methods. It goes in under 3.1, from the results under 4.1, and from the discussion under 5.1. So I'm hoping you can see that when you start to fill in all of these subsections for methods, results, and discussion, you're producing a full method section that is logically ordered according to the order of events and the order of the results you present, and it's also going to match the order of the discussion. Now, when you come to complete your paper, you may decide to take out the actual headings, but for this draft one, leave the headings in because they're going to help you to make sure that you have the right content in the right place in each of your methods, results, and discussion in order to have a logical progression that is matched in the method section, the results section, and the discussion section. Once you've transferred all the text from the independent documents into your main manuscript draft, you should have a pretty much completed method section, a results section, and a discussion section. And it's broken up by subheadings, and the subheadings match across the methods, results, and discussion sections. So there's a logical order to everything. And at that point, you can step back and you can write your introduction. I personally like to write the introduction at the end. Of course, you may have already written it before you started the other work, and that's entirely up to you. I have, in fact, a whole short pre-recorded lecture on writing the introduction, and that's based around this process in which, first of all, you establish the territory, you explain where research is in the field to date, what's been done, what are the current theories in the field, and you use some structure and explain the structure as to how this work has come forward. And then you're going to establish the niche, which is about explaining what research has not been done to date and where there's lacking evidence. And finally, you'll occupy the niche by showing how your fabulous study is going to fill this niche and how you're going to answer some of those unanswered questions. So I recommend that we separately look at the introduction and how to write the introduction in more detail outside of this particular lecture. And finally, you're going to write your abstract. This is the sort of the wrap of everything that you've put into your paper thus far. Each journal has a specific format that they like for their abstracts, but in essence, they generally follow the same kind of theme. You'll need to check the specifics for the journal that you want to submit to. But in general, you would state the nature of the problem that you're researching very briefly, just in a line or two, and then you'll state what questions you've addressed in this paper, and very, very briefly, what methods you've used to do so. Then, once you've given the sort of hint of the methods that have been used, then you'll give a 1 or 2 line synopsis of your findings, and you try and describe the original aspect of your analysis, what's new that your paper brings, or what your results bring. But do be sure before you claim that you've brought something new, that what you're putting into your paper as a new finding is in fact new. So make sure that you've done a thorough literature review before you start making these claims. So this is an overview. I kind of wanted to give you a sense of how the whole package comes together and how you start from working on one figure, you repeat it through all the other figures and tables for your paper, and then you end up drawing it all together into this semi-complete manuscript. It's a complete draft one of your manuscript. So now we're going to go into giving it a try. So we're going to go back to a live interaction, and we're going to start considering the figures and tables that you've brought along from your own projects and working out how we can start to construct the text around those. So thank you, and I'll see you live.
Right, and it's 1:30 on the dot. Good timing. I hope everyone is back in the room with us. So I know you guys have taken in a lot of stuff probably over the last day or so, but it would be interesting to have a little bit of feedback. How does it sound? Do people have questions? Bear in mind that we're actually going to give this a try, and we're going to go step by step through the process. So I wonder, excuse me, if people, now I'm not very good at this. Let me put the video on. Do you all know how to do a thumbs up? I'm not, under reactions. I'm just interested, how many of you have published a paper before where you were like the lead author and did most of the writing? So a paper that you were driving. I have lots of people. Are you able to do thumbs ups?
Yes, we should be able to. At the bottom, there's obviously next to, well, I'm seeing it definitely because I'm the host, but there is options. People are busy. If you check the reactions, there's about 2-4 people that said, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so not many of you have actually written your first paper. So that's going to be really interesting. Actually, we're going to dive in and you're going to grapple with trying this firsthand. So my other question I wanted to ask is, how many of you are do you have a table or a figure to work with that you've brought to play with? How many people have something like that? Like we asked in the email. So can you do a thumbs up if you have a table or a figure that you brought along that you are going to use to practice writing? Okay, so we've got one positive in the chat. Okay, Winnie has. So did people get my email instructions to bring something? Winfred has a thumbs up. So did most of you not have any kind of figure or table or anything like that? Okay, who does not have a figure or a table to work with? Okay, who's on the call? Can you all give me a thumbs up?
There are people who are busy, just I can't see exactly who. So Irene has a thumbs up. I'm going to keep on checking. Taune has a thumbs up.
Okay. Okay. So, okay, so there are quite a few people who are saying they have a table and figure to work with. Some people are just drafting a first manuscript. Some people are on the call. Okay, so let's go to Irene's got her hand up. Irene, do you want to unmute and jump in?
Hello.
Hi, Irene. Yes,
yeah,
your hand is raised.
I was responding to the question about not having a figure or table.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad you're on the other side of the call. Anyway, it's good to have a response. Okay, so there are quite a few people here who have who are working on their first author manuscripts. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit tricky to do the exercise if the majority of people don't have any kind of figure. Can I also ask how many of you are doing a PhD? How many are doing a PhD? Maybe, so first of all, do people know how to do a thumbs up? Maybe that's the first step.
That might be a problem, yeah. So I think maybe we should type in the chat box if they can't do thumbs up. There are some hands being raised. I don't, Ishrak and Makamure. I don't know if you're raising your hands do you want to ask a question, or are you saying you?
No, I'm raising my hand to respond that I'm a PhD student.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick tutorial, everyone. Okay, so look on the main view of all the participants. You know where the movie is, so you should be able to see me in I think my video is on. So you can all see me on this grid of people, right? So if you go down to the bottom, there's security participants, chat, share screen, blah, blah. You should see something that says reactions. Can you all see that button? So now click on reactions and give me a thumbs up. Ah, looking good. Okay, we've got clapping, we've got thumbs. Everyone else? Anyone else? A few more thumbs. Okay, good, I'm feeling better. Okay, those who are not doing a thumbs up, Does anyone want to chat? Put in the chat why. Are you having problems? You can't find it? Just chat if you're not thumbs upping, if you're having a problem finding the thumbs up. Can't find it. Okay. Petronilla, are you on a PC or a phone? PC. Okay, so look at the main screen where you can see, can you see me on the video? Yes? Okay, now go to the bottom of that window where you know where your mute button is? Yeah, and the stop video. Now keep going across. You'll pass security, participants, chat. Somewhere along there, you should come across something that says reactions with a little smiley face. Did you find reactions with a smiley face? Only have, so you don't have a button with a smiley face and a plus. Okay, some are using the phone. Okay. Okay, for others should be on the participants button. Okay, if you click on the participants button with a little arrow, is that where it would be, Michael?
Yes, so on the participants button, then there's the raise hand, yes, no, go slow, and then there's a button called more. And when you click more, there's a thumbs up and a thumbs down.
Ah, okay, wonderful. So thank you, Michael, that's very helpful. So under participants, click on more and it only reveals raise hand. Okay, Petronilla, sorry. Obviously some people can't use the thumbs up, so I won't ask for that anymore. So we'll just charge on. Okay. So it looks like quite a few of you are working on manuscripts. I noted, yeah, so drafting first papers, and then I saw Irene said your data is qualitative, but this will still work for qualitative data, Irene, because you still have results, right? That will be in a table or there will be a results something, I'm guessing. So hopefully you'll still be able to adapt this approach. Okay, so I thought, does anyone have any specific questions before we dive in and start actually trying to do this stuff? That's the first thing. Does anyone have, oh, and Carly's telling me the reactions only last for a few seconds. So because there's so many people, you may not notice the thumbs up. So chat box or hands up is easier. Thanks, Carly, that's very helpful. Okay, good. Okay, so we'll use show of hands when we need a show of hands. Okay. Okay. So for concept papers, you could think about blocking off what are the different concepts that you want to suggest. So you could think about putting it into concept 1, concept 2, concept 3, and then writing around each of those. But concept papers do tend to be more of an opinion piece, so they're slightly different to research papers. So I would recommend if you're writing a concept paper and you've got a journal in mind, actually the most useful thing you can do is to go to the journal and look at other concept papers that have been written by other authors and published in that journal and see how they've put the concept papers together, because that will give you a kind of template as to how to put it together. And each journal has different kind of rules for concept papers and opinion pieces. So I think for a concept paper, you would be better positioned to go and find another paper that's kind of a similar type of paper and work from that. So that was, so for methods papers, you can also, because for your methods paper, you will have different figures still describing what you've done. So you can use this for methods papers as well. And you use the figures and the tables as a guideline. I know I saw Terence on the call for her paper. She used screenshots. Hers was a methods paper. And for each screenshot, she wrote about what was in that screenshot and what it meant. So you can adapt it for methods papers. I saw we had a hand up. Where's it gone? Who was that? Is it someone who wants to, there we are. Vinny, do you want to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you so much, Nikki, for the wonderful presentation. And then I wanted to know if it's the same approach when it comes to table, especially table 1, characteristic of participant, that we know that we have quite a lot of information. So what is the strategy to approach then the table 1? Because for figure it's quite easy because you have, most of the time you have like only one question. It's easy to have one question and answer that question. But when it comes to table 1 for characteristic of participant, how do we approach? Thank you.
Okay, great. Now that's a good question. Yeah, so table 1, which is the characteristics of the participants. So, I mean, we can try this as an exercise if you're up for it, if you unmute. So let's think about the process you got to get to table 1. So table 1, for everyone else, we're talking about having, a summary of, for example, the participants in your study. So what was the question that you asked? Let's define a question for that. I mean, the question is quite simple. The question is, who's in the study and what are their characteristics, right? Vinny, would you agree? That's the question
Yes,
that you're
I do.
asking. Yeah. So your question
Yes.
at the top would be, who's in the study and what are their characteristics? So now we want to ask, the answer is, these people described. So the answer, it's a little bit sort of artificial, but these are the people in the study and these are their characteristics. They've been described. But what is the method that you would put for this section? How did you get to answering the question, who's in the study and what are their characteristics? Well, you went and you recruited people and you had them in the study, right? You invited them to join the study. You recruited them from a particular population. You then recorded certain characteristics about them. And then you did an analysis of the characteristics. Maybe you, selection criteria. And maybe you decided that you were going to look at age at the study start, sex, what was their, if you're doing an HIV study, for example, what was the last viral load, what was CD4 count at diagnosis, whatever the metrics are. These are all the things you had to do to be able to put the information into the table. So that method section is going to cover those bits which are study population, sampling technique or sampling framework, recruitment process, selection criteria, and what were the measurements that you took or what were the data that you collected. You had to do all of those things to be able to answer that question, who's in the study and what are their characteristics. And then obviously the results will be describing what you can see in your table. So the results will be, we approached 2,000 people to participate in our cross-sectional study. Of those, 700 agreed to participate. We used an informed consent process that did whatever, and then we did blood pressure, seated blood pressure. We took the average of 3 measurements, etc., etc. Oh, sorry, no, I'm talking about the results. So we took a blood pressure result and found an average blood pressure result of this for the group. There were 75% women. Their average age was this, or their median age was this. Sorry, that's for the results section. I was getting confused with the method section. So there's a whole set of describing what's in the table. Is that helpful, Vinny?
Okay, thank you very much. Excellent.
Okay, great. Sometimes it can feel a little weird because you have a little table and it's very small and you only have a couple of lines either side in terms of your methods and your results. But this is still, it may only be a short section of your paper for this particular table, but it's a way of putting the right content with the right figure. So even though sometimes it'll be very short or it'll seem like you're stating the obvious, what I've noticed in papers is that often people forget to put the information about the obvious stuff. So this is a way to ensure that you don't forget to put that obvious stuff. Who did you recruit? Where did they come from? How did you do the recruitment process? What was your informed consent model? And what did you measure and how did you measure it? So it's a reminder to put in that information in a systematic way. So speaking about systematics, I saw Tendai asking, can you use this for a systematic review? So this will be much trickier for a systematic review because writing a systematic review is a very formulaic process. It's defined in very specific steps. And I think you may struggle in a systematic review to fit it to this process. So for a systematic review, like for the concept paper or an opinion piece, I would recommend that you go and dig out an example of a good systematic review. For example, the Cochrane report, I'll type it in here. This is like the gold standard for systematic reviews. I'm just typing it for you. And they give you lots of good tutorials and materials to help you writing a systematic review. So Tata, in response, is that, sorry, Tendai, just type if you have any further questions on that. But have a look for the Cochrane resources, they're really helpful. And then find some systematic reviews in similar subjects that have already been done and published in good journals. And then you can use that as a kind of template to help you put yours together. So Tata, those would be normally, yeah, socio-demographic information. For an epidemiological paper, that's often what you have in there, but you may also have baseline metrics in the table 1, yeah. So yeah, it depends on your study, really, yeah. So I thought also I'm going to, I didn't realize Tane was on this workshop, so I'm going to pick on her because she's my PhD student. So I asked Tane if she would be willing to discuss with us a little bit of her experience, because she's just had a very sound paper accepted by +1 for publication. So I asked her if she'd be willing to chat a little bit about the experience. It was her first, I think, Tane, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the first time you really drove the whole writing of the paper.
Yes, it was.
Okay, so I thought maybe I could interview you about the process of writing the paper. So Tane used this approach that I'm going to be, that I've presented to you and that we're going to try out. So Tane, how did it work for you, breaking it down into the different figures?
So like initially I thought it was going to be like a breeze, because I had all my tables and I was like, hey, I'm ready to do this. But it's actually when you now need to put the words together, because the words are there in your head, but now to like write them out on the paper, like that is such a challenge. And for anybody who's trying to do this, I just say whatever it is that you're thinking, just write it down. Like nothing is useless. So whatever you think you did, like I got these 100 people and then I interviewed them, write that down, you'll finesse it later. And I think the one thing that Nick used to always say was, forget about finessing things at the get-go, just write as much as you can and then we will finesse it later. So for me, it was just focusing and just writing as much as I can, but it's so difficult to actually put words to paper. Like that was a challenge for me.
And I think also, and you can comment on this, I think this idea of, because I think when you've been working on something for so long, like your head is full of the whole paper, and in your mind, you're visualizing this completed paper. And I think it can be quite tricky to step back and only think about the one figure in front of you. I don't know, how was that process for you, Tane?
Yeah, it actually is, but you really have to try and take it one figure at a time, because if you try to do the whole thing at the same time or try to envision what the whole thing is going to look like, you're going to get lost in the thought and you're not going to get to put everything like down logically. So like what I would advise anybody is just literally just find a starting point, find that one table that you're comfortable with, like low hanging fruits. So the one figure that you're so proud of, get that one, do its methods, do its results. And then once you get comfortable with that, you can go into the next one, the next one, the next one. By the time you've done the 4 or the 5, you sort of have an idea of how you want to tell the story. And that kind of helps you to say, okay, I think this could be figure 1. I think that could be figure 2, or I think that could be figure 3. But like, it is difficult trying to think of them as individual things and not trying to think of your whole paper as a complete like or my introduction, my discussion, and the whole thing. So it's a process and it's a training of the mind. But if you can do it, I promise you this, it makes the process so much easier. Like it really, really helped me a lot.
Great. And then I just wanted to ask you, I mean, Sana has to be nice because I'm her supervisor, so she has to agree that it all works. But we do have proof of the outcome because she, as I said, her paper will be published quite soon. So I'm also interested because this was the first time you've been hands-on in the actual kind of, I mean, I was a submitting author, but in terms of dealing with the reviewers' comments, and you did all the formatting of the paper for submission and that kind of thing, preparing the figures. So I'm interested what you were not expecting in that process, like what were the unexpected components of that process?
I think it's like it's the little things that you don't like think about, right? And also when you put the paper together, like for me, the thing about taking your figures and tables out of like your manuscript and then submitting just like a document and then submitting the figures on their own, I was like, what is this? What happens when you like submit a paper and put it all together? And then when the comments come back, like the one thing is like when you're writing your paper, you try to think about what the reviewers are going to say to you. Like they might want this information, they might want that information. You'll be so shocked. They want something totally like that is not like what you didn't even think of. So like Nikki always says this all the time, to just like write it, let's put it out there and let's see what feedback we get. So like everybody who's saying, oh, I'm still struggling, I don't know where to start, just put words to paper and just start the process. Like it's painful, but you'll get there. It's very painful, guys.
Thanks, Sane. Thanks for being willing to step up and chat about it. So in the Google Drive that I shared with you, there's actually also a whole page of, well, it's a whole document, which it talks about using this sort of stepwise approach to do your paper. But I've also got a section in there which is about how to put together or how to deal with reviewer comments, and also a little bit about a cover letter. I think for most of you, your supervisors or senior authors would be the corresponding authors, and they would write the cover letter. But I just put a bit of information about that process there, because you have to write this letter that persuades the journal that they even want to review your paper in the first place. So the covering letter information is there. And then also this process of getting back reviewers' comments, which can be, I mean, it can be actually incredibly devastating. So I give you some tips there for handling reviewers' comments. And the first tip is put on a thick skin. It's not personal. Reviewers their whole job is to find the holes in your paper. So when you get back an article, reviewer's response for your article, and they've kind of found everything, it feels like they've just picked holes in everything you've done and criticized everything you've done, just remember that that's their job and that they are actually helping you make your paper more solid. So there's some tips in that document just to help you dealing with those kind of things when you get there. So I think for this session, we're going to draw it to a close because we're going to take a break now for half an hour. So you can have a cup of tea, and you can also go and dig out a figure that you want to practice writing around. So if you can find something, it can be from your honors thesis or your master's thesis, or something from an experiment you did recently, or a table. But what I want us to do in the next session is actually try this out for one figure or table. And we can see, Pabalo, maybe you and I can just chat during the break quickly, but I'm wondering if we should maybe, we'll see how many people want to. We could actually do it live and sort of workshop. We can workshop one at a time in that hour session, or you can all try separately, and people who don't have a figure or a table to work with, we can put you in a group with someone who does, and you can do it in a breakout group. So let's see. Just before we go on the break, everyone who doesn't have any figure or table and who can't find a figure or table in the next half hour from your current work, or even a figure or table you're going to put together. Just, have a little imaginary sketch of what it's going to look like, because you kind of know what's going to be in there. It doesn't have to be the finished article, right? It can be a figure or table and you know what it's going to look like. You don't have to have produced it already. So let's, if you really don't think you will be able to have anything to work with for yourself, just pop your name in the chat box, and then we can work out if we're going to do breakout rooms, or if we're going to, how we're going to manage the next session. Obviously, I'd like as many of you as possible to just try it firsthand with your own table, but otherwise we can kind of pair people up and you can help someone on their table. Okay, so let's, does anyone want to comment, ask any other questions, or any other comments before we take our half-hour break? When do you add your references to the first draft? Okay, great question, Winfred. And yes, Tanya also mentioned get a good reference manager, and I'm going to type that here right now. So if you use a good reference manager like this, Zotero, it's free. You can download it and it works really well. And you can do the tutorial, you can do tutorials on it. It's fantastic. You can reference as you write, and the references will copy over to your final draft. So you should be referencing as you put the thoughts down. If you know the reference, put it in straight away. So using a good reference manager is really key to getting your references done properly. So just as a tip on that, so next week on Monday, I'm giving a lecture for our UCT postgrad group. I did one yesterday, and I've got this next one next week. That one is going to be about how to write your thesis from the beginning. And I'm going to be talking about properly using your word processing software, so you can automate a whole lot of stuff like indices, etc., etc. And then also I'm going to be talking about Zotero and showing how to use it. So Petronilla, you can't get an invite, but what I am going to do is I'm going to pre-record the lecture, and I'm going to put it on the same in Google Drive. So what I will do is when the lecture material is ready, I will share that, I'll share the link to the pre-recorded lecture and the materials, and I will share it with everyone on this group. So you'll be able to get access to it there. I also did, yesterday I did one, I did the one we're going to do at 11, which is writing an introduction. That's also there, and you should have the link for that. And then I did another one yesterday on aims and objectives and how to lock down the aims and objectives for your project. So I'll also share the link with that one. Okay, so let's look, there's some more questions, which is great. Okay. I'm just finding where we are. Okay, okay, so Tara. Oh, what's my take on Mendeley? So I know people use Mendeley. I tried it some time back when it was quite new, and I had a lot of problems with poorly formatted references and the like, but that was a very long time ago. So Michael, if it's working for you, I think it's absolutely good to go. You know, you need to just find something that works for you. I am a Zotero convert because I just think it's fantastic. So you can watch my presentation when I have it online, and you can decide what you want to do. So Harriet says, can this apply to qualitative research where your methods involved getting people's views? So Harriet, I think it can, because you've still got outputs, and you may have tables and you may have results. So you may have to be a little bit flexible, and it may, because remember, this process is for generating a first draft. So maybe you won't have figures that look exactly like our figures maybe that I've shown here. They won't be necessarily figures, but there may be tables, or they may be chunks of output that you want to write around. So you may need to be a bit flexible, but I think if you use this thinking, it can help you to organize your paper well, so that it's logical and the bits come along in the right order. So Eva says, do you always have to reference a figure if you got it from a publication? So what happens if you derived your figure on your own using different tools? Yeah, so not only do you have to reference a figure if you got it from a publication, if you want to publish a paper with a figure from another paper or another publication, you need permission from that original place where you got the figure. So you need to find out how to request permission to reuse the figure. If you derive the figure on your own using different tools, well, obviously you have to make sure it looks different and it is substantially different. You don't want to be accused of plagiarism. So yeah, I think for a PhD thesis, it's not published. You can probably just reference a figure, say from Kumalo et al. In whatever figure from this reference. But if you want to publish anything or put it in any public kind of space, you need permission to reuse a figure. So make sure you get that permission, and then you'll state with permission. Yeah. So yeah, you must make your own new figure. Maybe it'll have the same message, but it can't look the same. Otherwise, that will be considered plagiarism. Yeah. So, okay, great. EndNote. So Jess, EndNote it works fine, but it's terribly expensive. So I had, and then what happens is every time you update your Windows or whatever, your EndNote goes out of date, and then you have to pay for an upgrade. So personally, I stopped using EndNote and Reference Manager because what would happen would be I'd change institution or the license would change and I would lose all the references I'd stored to date. And it's not easy to get the references from EndNote or Reference Manager. So personally, I'm not a fan because I think it's kind of like you get kidnapped by EndNote and Reference Manager, and it's incredibly expensive. And then when you can't afford it anymore, you lose everything. So that's my personal opinion. Yeah. So yes. So it's yes, absolutely. I will give you some information. I'm happy to share all these lectures with everyone. So Sarah just asked me if I can share the link for yesterday's lecture. I'm very happy to. So I'll pop that in the chat a bit later. Okay. Okay, Irene has asked, can you throw some light on using tables for data from focus group discussions? So that's quite tricky. I'm guessing, Irene, that you're doing a thematic analysis from focused group discussions. So I would recommend for this kind of thematic analysis that you actually go to try and find some papers that have done a similar kind of focus group analysis and see how they've done it. And, you know, papers that are already published in strong journals and see how they pulled the information together. So there's a lot that we can learn from the work that's gone before. So when you're not sure, go and find a strong, in a good journal, a strong publication. And when you read it, you can really follow it cleanly, and it's very obvious and it's really nicely presented. And then you can use that as a kind of guide for you, how you can put your own paper together. So don't be shy to go and see other papers and use them as a template that can help you to put your specific type of paper together. So Irene, just to add to that, I don't have a lot of experience writing up focus group discussions, but yeah, that's what I would do if I were in your shoes. Yeah. Okay, Harriet, how can we keep following your teachings? Can we follow you like on YouTube or something like that? So I'm shockingly bad on social media. I don't really do any social media. In fact, when I really need to put something out there, I WhatsApp Pabalo and say help, put it on Twitter. So I'm going to suggest you follow Pabalo, and I'm just going to keep abusing his goodwill and asking him to do my work for me. So let me, Pabalo, is that fine? Can I, when I release you...
They must follow H3A Bionet, sorry, not me personally, because I post...
yes, sorry, H3A Bionet.
H3A Bionet, that's where I post Nikki's things. That's where I post...
You see how bad I am? I don't even, I forget about these subtleties. Yeah, so follow H3A Bionet, and I know the people who sort of linked into everyone. So I will, when I finish these different different online courses. I'm putting them all on the same Google Drive. So maybe I'll just share you the link for the whole folder. Yeah, there we are. So you've got the link for Twitter. I'm sorry I'm so bad on social media. To be frank, I simply don't have the time, as you can probably imagine. Okay. Yeah, so I'll drop the Google Drive link URL, and then you'll just have to store it somewhere. But then you'll see as I add, you're welcome to use them. You'll see they're all under Creative Commons license. That means you're welcome to reuse them. You can't alter the content. And I just ask that you recognize that they're my material. But if you want to use them for teaching, share them with other people, absolutely, please go ahead, spread them far and wide. So yeah, I will drop the drive for you in a bit. So we've gone over time a bit, and you'll see the drive will update over time. I'm trying to get as much of my work during this COVID-19 period, as much of it in clean recordings, which I'll pop there, so they can be shared by whoever wants to use them. As long as they're helpful, I'm happy. Great. Okay, so do we want to take a break? We've gone over a little bit. Do we want to come back at 10:30, or do you need a half hour? What do you think, Pabalo? How do you normally do that if people run over time? Should we come back at 10:30?
We can come back at 10:35.
10:35, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Pabalo, can we just take a minute and just chat quickly about breakout groups?
Okay, sure, I'll do that. Let me pause the recording, Nikki. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is part two. Well, I mean, part after the break of Nikki's session. So, Nikki, did someone ask something? Wait, what's happening? Did someone just ask a question?
Evan just joined. He was confused between West Africa time and Central Africa time. So I'm just giving him the details where he can catch up later on the recorded presentation.
Okay.
And then just explaining that we already started this session an hour and a half ago.
I think maybe in future I should spell out all Central African time instead of CAT, because perhaps some people see the C and the W and get confused. So maybe write it out in future. But Nikki, take over. We can start the second part.
Okay, great. So what we're going to do now, sorry, I think it's nicer if you can see me, right? Or does it cause bandwidth issues for everyone?
No, it's better when we can see you.
I think so as well, yeah.
So we need to see you.
Okay, good. So what we're going to do now, we've got an hour ahead. At 11, oh, sorry, no, it's 10:30. We finish at 12:30, right? So at 11:30, we're going to go over to the introduction. I'm just typing it to the step one, writing an introduction. So I'm just making a note in the chat. It's a reminder to me as well. And we'll spend an hour on writing an introduction. So what I want to do now is I'm going to bring up the slides, and we're going to go through stepwise. So I chatted to Pabalo, you're such a big group that we think breakout rooms is just going to be chaos. So what we want to do is we want to go through a step at a time. We've got the 10 steps or 9 steps or whatever it is. And we are going to stop and ask people to share what they've come up with for their figure at each step. And we can just discuss it. So I know it can feel a bit intimidating when people say, oh, please share, and now you've got to put your work out there. Please, it's very informal, and we're just going to learn from each other, and then you get my personal help on your figure. So obviously I don't normally have time to help everyone individually. So I see it as an opportunity to get some input on what you're doing. So does that sound okay to everyone? I'm just pulling up the slides here, and then we will, at least then we'll follow through the steps. So I hope most of you have a figure or an idea of a figure that you're going to have, that you know you're going to generate. And let's jump in and give it a try. I'm just pulling up the slides. Nearly there, so that I can share them with you. And this will give us our stepwise process. Yeah. this weird thing. It's suddenly changed on Zoom, where it always used to let me share just one app, and now it's only screen 1 or screen 2. What is that about? It's a new problem. Okay, PowerPoint. Okay, well then you'll just have to see my whole screen. Sorry for that, but that's okay. Okay, so can you see how to write a paper?
Yes,
And
we
then
can
let's
see.
go down.
Someone has raised their hand. Bima Kamure has raised their hand.
Okay, go ahead. Do you want to just unmute and jump in?
Oh yes, I wanted to share a table. No.
Okay, we're going to go straight for it. Yeah.
Can I go ahead?
Yes. So what I was going to just no. Well, just hold your thought. So what I want maybe is just, first of all, let's go to this point here. But I'm delighted to have an enthusiastic first person. So thank you. And you're first in the queue. So I thought, first of all, let's just ask around. Has everybody who's going to do this exercise put their diagram on their first page? Like this. Do you all have something like this? And have you written a legend yet? Because this is step 1. So I don't know your first name. I can just see it's B Makamure. So do you want to show us what you've got for your diagram and your legend? You've got a table and a heading. Yeah.
Let me just share.
Okay, let me stop sharing. One moment. Okay.
Okay, let me.
And in the meantime, everyone also catch up and get up to speed where you are to this point. Okay. So your first name is?
Beauty.
Beauty. Thanks, Beauty. Yes. Let's have a look.
I'm trying to see where my table is.
Okay.
Let me save it in one of my documents and then I'll share.
Okay, great. So in the meantime, everyone, when you have done, so I'm just going back to sharing the screen. Okay, so we've got this far. And then, did I see someone else saying that they are ready to share a figure? Okay, Chisom, let's have a look. Let me stop my share.
They have their figure. I think that's Chisom saying
you're saying that you have your figure ready to go. Okay. So do you want to show us your figure? And then we can work out the next step, which is to work out your question. How about that? Okay. So which one are we looking at? This one. Okay, great. Can everyone see that? Fine. I know what that is. So my first question is, have you got a legend for your figure? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a legend to add to your figure?
I can come up with that.
Okay, so that's the next step. Let's put but it's a great figure. I like it.
Thank you.
So, Manhattan plot. So give us some information. So, yeah, showing. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, this is a great example. Okay, so now, so you can stop there for your legend, but so I'm going to advise you for finishing it up is just to say, you don't need to type it now, but just to say in the on the X axis, we show the different chromosomes lined up. The different colors are just to show natural boundaries between the chromosomes. And on the y-axis, we have the negative log of the p-value associated with the odds ratio measured in this GWAS study. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're going to put in that detail later. So Chisom,
Yeah.
tell us, what is the question that comes at the top of this page? What are you actually asking that this gives you the answer to?
Okay,
Any ideas? Yeah, and it doesn't have to be
my
right. I mean, we're going to workshop it. We're going to work it out as we go. So just jump in, and there's no judging going on.
all right. My question is are there unique genetic loci associated with type 2 diabetes and individuals of African ancestry?
Okay, I like that question. I would just, are they SNPs or loci? I suppose they're loci that are shown by the tagging SNPs, aren't they? Okay, that's a good, I like that question. Actually, it's very clear. Yeah. So pop it in at the top there, above that. Are they African? Yeah. Are there specific African loci, etc., etc.? Diabetes in yeah, no, that's great. Okay, good. Okay, now tell us in words, what's the answer? Or just tell us the answer in a sentence to that specific question.
Yes, there are novel loci associated with type 2 diabetes in African population.
Okay, great. So you're going to put that underneath your figure. And this is going to help just focus you when you're writing the next bits, right? Okay, so the answer is yes, there are. So the reason I like to do this question and answer is that I find sometimes when you're deep in writing up a paper, you actually forget. You forget what you're asking, you forget what you're answering. So this is just when you're losing your way in your writing, this is just a way to keep you on target. When you're getting confused and wondering what you're trying to say, then you go back and you say, oh yes, I'm trying to say yes, there are novel loci associated with type 2 diabetes in the African population. Okay, so now Chisom, next step would be writing the method. So how about telling us in words what you did to get this figure? Just jump in, it doesn't have to sound like a paper yet.
Okay, do I have to start from the population or just from the analysis?
So think about this exact figure, not the whole study, this exact figure.
Oh,
what did you do? Did you get data from a whole lot of different studies? Did you do an experiment? Did you collect samples from individuals? How did you get to this figure?
Okay, so I used summary statistics from 3 different studies: the Uganda Genome Resource, the South African Zulu cohorts, and the UK Biobank, the MVP, Million Veterinary Program cohort. So
okay, so you got summary statistics from these named studies, and
yeah, and I meta-analyzed using MetaSoft.
Okay, so now you're going to say meta-analysis was done using MetaSoft software. And you're going to, but first of all, so don't worry to type now. Let's just talk it through and then you can go off and you can write it up. But so first of all, you're going to say these are the different studies from which you got the summary statistics. And then you're going to say you did a meta-analysis using MetaSoft software, and you're going to put in the details of the software, what version, where does it come from. And then you're going to, and then, okay, so you use the MetaSoft software. Are there parameters you have to set for that software?
No.
Okay, so you just use it as is, and you input the summary statistics, and it provides you. What's the output look like? Is it just a table? Does it output the figure?
Okay, a table and a figure.
Okay, so the
No, it is-
meta-analysis. Carry on.
Yes, it's a text file. Then I had to plot the table separately from the summary statistics of the meta-analysis.
Okay, great. Okay, this is sounding good. This is a great example. So your method section, which you're going to write, is going to say summary statistics were used from the following studies, and you're going to give the full study names, and you're going to have a reference for each study or a URL, or however people can find that study if they want to. Then you're going to say the Metasoft software was used, and Metasoft software in brackets, version number, and where to get it, was used to produce meta-analysis summary statistics, and these were plotted on a Manhattan plot as shown in figure 1.
Okay.
Okay, so that's going to be your method section. So why don't you write that, and we'll see if anybody else wants to get to that point, but then we'll come back and we'll use yours as an example where we're going to do results.
Okay, let me start.
Okay, yeah. So hop offline and you can put that together. Does anyone else want to do the same with theirs? Work out the question, and then we can discuss what goes in your methods. Yeah, I thought that was a great example. I agree with Taryn. Well done, Chisholm. How's Beauty doing? Have you managed to put yours together? Your table? You're not quite ready yet.
Okay, let me try again.
Okay, good.
Let me try and share. Yeah. Can you see anything there?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is very immature. I've just plotted it.
No, that's
now.
fine. That's
I need
absolutely
to find
fine.
the best way of presenting the figures.
That's the whole point of the workshop, so that's absolutely fine. Don't worry. Okay.
Yes.
Quantities of DNA extracted using chloroform phenol compared to chloroform isomyl alcohol. Okay. You've got your figure, and you've even got here's your. Can you just scroll a little bit? I'll see your figure, your legend quantities. Okay. So this is showing how much DNA came out of each of these experiments. So that's perfect. Okay, so let's go up and see what question. Does use of isomyl alcohol in combination with chloroform yield better quantities of DNA when extracted from microbial? Yep, perfect. I like your question. It's very clear. There's no issue about what you're asking. Okay, then we have a figure. And what's your answer?
My answer is you get a better DNA yields when you use chloroform in combination with isomyl alcohol.
Okay, great. Let's go down and have a look. You can write that in, because that's just your.
This is just the legend.
Yeah, so under the legend, just write the answer, and this is just to keep you focused on what you're showing in this particular thing. So under the legend, just type in your answer. Okay. You get the better yield. When using chloroform in combination with isomyl alcohol, whatever it is. Sorry, I'm still drinking my cup of tea. Okay, great. So just tell us in words exactly what did you do to do this experiment? Just in words. You don't need to type.
Okay, what we did is we retrieved some Mycobacterium tuberculosis isolates from the biobank, and then we subcultured them on solid LJ media. And then from the solid LJ, we then took some number of isolates into, we put them into suspension, and then we followed the protocol where we use CTAB. It's quite a long process and it's a manual process. I haven't got it in my head.
No, that's fine. Is it like a standard protocol that people use?
There was a step where we were supposed to use isoamyl alcohol in combination with chloroform, but we didn't have the isoamyl alcohol. So we tried it with chloroform in combination with phenol. So we substituted isoamyl alcohol and we used phenol. And then we did that on 10 isolates. Then when we got the isoamyl alcohol, we repeated the steps again using the correct reagent, and these are the results we got.
Okay, great. That sounds good. And how did you measure your DNA prep? Your DNA, did you just do a spec or?
We did a nano. We measured
nano drop.
Yes.
Okay, great. So you've got
also did gel electrophoresis for
okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got your methods pretty much spelled out for this section. I mean, it sounds great. So I know it's a complicated protocol. Is it a protocol that people commonly use? Is it used a lot?
Not really.
Oh, okay. So then you're going to have to give a bit of
avoid it
detail.
because it's laborious, it's long, it's manual. But
hi, Nikki.
That's what.
And Beauty. So I've done the CTAB extraction before, so I know what she's talking about. And it's a standard protocol for getting genomic DNA. So if I'm not mistaken, what she did was that they optimized the protocol for using a different alcohol versus the standard one in the protocol.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
for her
perfect.
method, yeah, to make it easier, she can just say the CTAB extraction then cited because it's like a standard microbacteriology protocol was optimized to do, yeah.
So Beauty, you don't, what Sana is saying is you don't have to write all the detail of that whole protocol because it's a protocol used quite commonly. So you can say using the standard protocol and you can give a reference.
Yes.
And then you can say in the standard protocol, we substituted blah, blah, blah at this point.
Okay.
So the good thing is you don't have to write every single step of that protocol in your methods section. You can just refer to the fact that you used the standard well-recognized protocol and then you modify the protocol. So it saves you a little bit of extra writing of all that detail.
Okay.
Great. And that's your methods. That sounds perfect. You're on it.
Yeah, it's just that my supervisor told me that for anything that you do in your practicals, try and come up with a paper.
Okay, but this is just step one, right?
Yes,
of
so
the
this
paper.
is table one.
The very first, this is your first figure that shows how you optimize DNA extraction. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for being willing to share.
Okay.
Good. So you can write your method section.
All right. Thank
Good.
you.
Does anybody else want to pop one up? Or does anyone want to move on to because after so we've done the question, we've done the answer, we've looked at a few methods writing. What else does anyone want to have a look at writing, putting in the results? How is everyone else doing? Are you writing your own? How's everyone doing? Are you putting one together? Railton, your hand is up. You want to jump in, unmute and jump in.
Thanks very much, Prof. Very exciting indeed. I'll try to share my page.
Excellent.
Okay. All right. So I have quite a table though. It's unlike the figures and the exciting Manhattan plots that others were showing.
No, it's fine. I mean, all of these things, everything counts in a paper, right?
Yeah.
We need the boring tables and we need the exciting Manhattan plots and everything in between.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah.
So, okay. So
okay, great.
This is just the label of my table. So basically the title of the paper is addressing the differences between post and pre-menopause in terms of cardiometabolic risk.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So I have okay. So I have 4 populations: West Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa. South Africa. So this is just a display of the linear regression models, the output.
Yeah.
And it's only showing those that were significant. If we look at the 4th column, the one that I'm trying to highlight, it just shows the full model.
Okay, so you've put everything in here, significant and not significant.
All right. So okay, maybe let me just do a bit of explaining. So the first row just shows all the sites when I combine all the study participants.
Okay.
Yeah, so we did a further analysis, a sub-analysis by removing one site at a time to see if there's a group that is controlling for those differences.
Okay, just out of interest, I mean, it's just my curiosity. So why didn't you just put in site as a variable?
We did. It's actually like there's so many tables, so I just chose this one.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's cool. That's all good.
Yeah, we actually did. We did that. It's actually my table 6 that now shows which particular sites are driving this. But here I'm just showing that if I remove the West African sites, it becomes non-significant. So it was showing that the West Africans were a driving force behind this differences.
This association. Okay, so what's the question? Let's go there first.
Okay, all right. So it's a very long. I won't read everything though, but it's just.
Yeah, but I don't want the question for the whole. Is this just for this one table now?
All right. Yeah, that's right. So the question is, what is the relationship of menopause status with cardiometabolic risk factors?
So that sounds like the whole paper. So for that particular, if we go to that particular table, so let's, you can copy and paste even that, but I think what that table's showing is what is the association between CMD risk factors and menopausal status in all populations, in African populations, excluding West African populations, right?
Yeah, that sounds better. Thank
you. So this is this idea of like forgetting about the whole paper and just looking at the one table.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And that one table is specifically about when you except for West African populations.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, and then what's the answer to the question?
So the answer
go back
is
down to the table. Let's go down to the table again. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. So the answer is there is selected variables that show the differences.
Okay, so some variables, some cardiovascular CMD risk factors, some CMD risk factors are associated with menopausal status in populations in African populations, excluding West African populations, and some are not.
Yes, that's right. That's
right. So that's your answer.
Yeah.
So then tell me the method that you used just for this table. Okay, you had CMD data and menopausal status data for people from East Africa. You tell me. Sorry, I'm prompting you.
That's right. No, that's right. That's right. That's right. So we had all that data from all this across these sites, and so for the CMD risk factors, we use them as dependent variables. And for us to select the independent variables to put in the models, we use.
Wait, it's the other way around. Okay. No, aren't those things which is your outcome variable?
The outcome is on the left here, the far left.
Okay, so each of these is a separate, they're not the risk factors, they are the outcomes.
So they are what we measured from the participants.
Okay, so you measured all of these things, and you measured menopausal status, or
That's right. Yeah. We asked the question whether the person was pre or post menopausal.
Yeah, menopausal. And then which is your outcome in your regression? Which is the Y? Is it menopausal status, or is it these things on the left?
Okay, so the Y will be the things on the left.
Okay, so each of these is a separate regression model.
That's right.
Okay, so your risk factor is actually your menopausal status.
Yes, so they're adjusted. So if I just highlight here, they're adjusted for using other variables that we obtain from literature that are known. Yeah. So this is only particular for menopausal status because we're only concentrating on what is the difference between pre and post. So this was categorical, comparing post and pre. So
okay, that's cool.
Values. Yeah.
Okay, so then your method is going to be that you use the data sets from East, Southern, and or Sub-Saharan, whatever, you know where they came from, and you used you ran a series of multivariate linear regression models where the outcome was each of these variables, waist circumference, BMI, and you're going to give this information in your methods. The BMI measured like this, diastolic BP measured like this, and the independent variables used were menopausal data adjusted. Mohammed, can you just Mohammed, can you just mute?
لكن شنو انا بدفع كل مره يعني اول.
Thank you. Okay, so and then you used each of you then used these independent variables which were menopausal status and the additional whatever you adjusted for in this model.
Yes.
Does that sound true? Okay. That sounds good.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so what we've done is we've limited your question and your methods only to this table.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to have a stab at the results? How would you describe your results?
So the results, like I said, they are showing that there's some of the variables were significant and some were not. So here we're only presenting those that were significant.
Okay, so do you want to, so for a regression model, what I find, so now we're moving beyond just that one line summarizing the answer, and now we're going to actually describe the results.
Okay, that's right. So for example, for waist circumference, we show that postmenopausal women, 1 centimeter higher than the waist circumference in postmenopausal women was 1 centimeter higher than the pre-menopausal women. And that is for all size.
Is that your coefficient that you're reporting there? Okay.
The beta coefficient, yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. So for okay, now I've caught up with you. Okay, good. So you're going to highlight from each of these. So you're going to say the outcome waist circumference was on average 1 centimeter higher in post. I mean, I'm sorry if I mangle this, but in postmenopausal women, and then you'll put in your brackets your p-value or your confidence interval, or however you're going to report it. And then you're going to say, however, for all sites, however, when you removed West African sites, then the result was less and it was no longer significant.
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to report it like that. You're going to describe it, and then the BMI, you're going to say for the outcome BMI when you look at all sites, etc. However, and when you remove the West African site, you still have it tends to significance, but no longer officially significant, etc., etc. And you're actually going to write out what you're looking at in this table for your results section.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, great.
Yes.
That looks good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's a nice example of a table and how you describe in your methods exactly what you're comparing to what, which is the independent variable, which is a dependent variable for those of you statisticians. And then in your results, you describe what you're looking at in that table, but particularly you describe what are the interesting bits. So it's Railton, isn't it? What Railton did was to not put in the table all the very many things that really didn't have an interesting impact at all. So he's only highlighted the interesting bits, and when he writes, he'll flag those are the interesting bits, that this was significant, that was significant, there was a change here, but interestingly, there wasn't a change there. And then having written the results section, then he'll move on to the discussion section and he'll explain why he thinks this changes in this circumstance, but it doesn't change in that circumstance. But for the results section, he's just describing those interesting bits that came out that he's shown in the table. That's great. Thanks for sharing, Railton.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Does it help to break it down into talking about just that table? Because I'm presuming you're going to have like 5 tables and each of them is going to have a slightly different take-home message. So at least you can look at each one and make sure for each one that you've really got your head around what that table shows and what that table is presenting.
Yes, that's right. Thank you for the format, because I was getting my head was spinning, because now if you mix them together, it becomes so confusing. But now at least I have a systematic one. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you just take this table and that's all you write about. Then you take the next table, you clear your mind and you start again. And you think about that table. What people will find, and especially like, may I call you Ray? I see someone else called you Ray. That is that fine? Sorry, I don't want to be over.
That's okay. That's all right. That's
okay. Yeah. So what you may find when you eventually pull all the tables together and you make your methods section and you make your discussion section and your results section, you may find where one table builds on the next table, builds on the next table, that you will have the same method repeated in multiple places, you know, the same information. At that point down the line, then you can easily just trim it out and only write it in one place. But at this point, for each table, if you write what the method was for that table, you make sure you don't leave anything else, anything important out when you assemble the final paper. But that's why I also am very clear this is a first draft paper, because you will then need to trim out where sometimes you're repeating the same thing, because it was the same method for table 1 and the same method for table 2. And that's okay, because when you get to the end, then you can just remove duplications and clean it up and make sure it flows nicely. But at least you know you didn't forget anything, and at least you know you have it in the right order. So your reader, because remember, you've been doing this for a year or 2 years or however long you've spent on it, your reader's coming to it for the first time ever. So they really need to have a nice flow that they can follow easily. And you can provide that flow, but this way you make sure the flow is logical and that you're putting everything in that needs to be there in a nice order. And then you can trim out where it gets repetitive or whatever. Thanks for sharing, Ray. Does anyone else want to put something on the table? We've looked at results, we've looked at methods. Does anyone want to look at a discussion where maybe they're wondering, you know, they want to write about why they think this was the result they saw? I don't know if anyone's made it to that stage. Anyone else keen to put their stuff out there? Was there a heavy silence? We've got 15 minutes left before we'll go over to the introduction. If everyone's intimidated, we could go over to the introduction, but earlier and play that game, and then we can always come back and do general questions and answers afterwards. So I'll just put it out there once more. Anyone else want to give it a go? Ah, great, Tendai, excellent. And Carly, perfect. Okay, Tendai, jump in. Tell us where you're at.
Okay. No, I just, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was having a bit of trouble before. I just got a figure out of my master's thesis, and I'm just applying the method to that.
Let's have a look. Are you happy to share?
Yes, let me try and share my screen.
Right.
Okay. Perfect. So
pretty.
Thank you. I'm mostly doing structural bioinformatics. So what I have here is a figure of a protein from the side and from the top. And what I have here is just two plots that show the behavior of each of the chains of the protein over a course of an MD simulation. So this was my vague legend.
Can you do me a favor and just zoom in a little bit, you know, on the bottom right there where it's just
too much.
Okay, that's
there.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm obviously getting old. I can't read the small
no,
print.
it's also a very small font. So this first graph correlates to like the first chain, and this one is the second chain.
Okay.
And I was trying to analyze the behavior of the residues over the course of simulation, which was the question that do each of the monomers behave the same? Because if they do, then I would be able to work with one and infer its behavior to the other, which is less computational cost. And then that was how I just summarized the simulation, the methodology that I conducted the simulation. And then I tried to look at the local and the global motions of each of the chains.
Okay, so let's just, this bit that says a fluctuation in between the centrality of the wild type, is that your legend?
Oh, yes. Let me just.
Okay, so I mean, you don't need to do it now, but you're then going to write a bit more that says, you know, panel A shows, panel B shows, and panel C shows on the left and on the right, and just tell people what they're looking at in your legend, right?
Yes.
Okay, and your question, do the monomers behave the same? I think that's perfectly good. And what's your answer? In terms of just one sentence, do they behave
in one
the same or
sentence
not?
would be the regions with the high, let's say BC, which is this.
Yeah.
The regions correlate. They are, while the peaks are not identical, the regions where you see the fluctuations are
okay, so in general,
same.
they do behave the same.
Yes, they behave the same. And I guess another question would be, why are you witnessing that high BC in these regions? And it's also because these are regions that are central in the protein. So they're central to communication within the residues in the protein. So they get more activity, and hence they have these high fluctuations.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly interrupt you, if I may. So the first thing I would say is, so the question we have here is, do the monomers behave the same? But I'm hearing you answer a question, why do we see the different levels across that graph?
Oh, so that's two questions now.
It's two questions now, and that's fine. It's absolutely fine. You can have two questions, and maybe they're answered by the same figure, and that's also cool. But just for your own clarity of thinking, just make sure you know which question you're working with. So you could split this out. If your one graph answers both, you could quickly write one, which is the first question, do they behave the same? In which case your method is you run the simulation, and then you compare these two panels, graph A and graph B, to see whether they move, whether the peaks and the troughs fall in the same place and are a fairly similar magnitude. I mean, I'm making this up because I'm not an expert in your field, but that's my thinking of what you did. So that would be your method. Your methodology would be that you run the simulation, and then you compare these, what you call them, traces or graphs or whatever, plots showing between the centrality. I'm trying to sound like an expert here, between the the simulation plot for the monomer 1 and monomer 2, and then you're going to say what's in your results for that question. You're going to say there are clearly peaks and troughs that are in the same place, and although the magnitude might be slightly different, they're sufficiently similar in the way that they occur at the same places, and they're sufficiently similar in magnitude to be considered similar behavior for the purposes of this paper, right?
I don't know if you can still hear me. My audio started misbehaving, so
I
can hear you more.
I can hear you well. I can hear you very well.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch most of what you said. It got distorted.
Okay.
I think it's
No
at my end, but
okay.
I think you were just outlining that it would be easier for me to follow if I state the questions and then address each of the questions
separately,
one by one, separately.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because then your first question is, yes, they do behave the same, because your result is that when you compare the traces, they have peaks and troughs at the same places, and the magnitude of the peaks and the troughs is fairly similar. It's good enough for the purposes of the study to consider these as behaving the same.
I'm sorry, I think we need to move on to the next person.
Yeah,
now
so
I
then
can't
the
hear you
second,
at all.
yeah,
But
okay, sorry.
Thank you so much. I'll probably catch some of this in the recording.
Okay, sorry, it's very frustrating for you, because I wanted to say then the second question that you're talking about is, why are the peaks and the troughs where they are? I'll type it in here. Question 2 for Tendai is, why are the peaks and the troughs the way they are? And then your results for that section will be, depending on the position of the bees between the center of the residues, oh, sorry, I'm just typing this. So, so we broke it down into, I don't want to leave Tendai without any answers. So we broke it down into 1, are they the same? And then 2 is, why do they look the way they do? So Tendai, I hope that helps you to see that if you're very clear about what your question is, then you can write the results more clearly. Because if you start mixing up, are they the same and why are they the way they are, in the same paragraph, you might tie yourself up in knots. So I hope that's helpful for everyone to see there's a way to break it down and use that thing of asking a question to make sure you're very focused as you write each answer. So Tendai, I hope that helps. Sorry for the connection difficulties. I'm just typing for you as well. Okay, great. Does anyone else want to jump in? We've got 5 more minutes. Someone else had a hand up, I think, after Tendai.
It was Carly.
Okay, great. Carly, where are you? Oh, there.
Yeah, let me share my screen.
Thanks, Carly. You were in my session yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
You must be a bit sick of the sound of my voice by now. And you can also skip the introduction section if you want. I won't be offended because you did that yesterday.
Not at all. I don't know if you can see my screen. I'm not very good at this.
Yeah, we can see it fine. So I can see a nice figure where you've got a whole lot of. Why don't you tell us what's in your figure?
Okay, so this is my figure. This is only a first-year master's student, so this is from my honors thesis last year, and I was looking at drug combinations, looking at chemotherapy drugs combined with some repurposed drugs that we were looking at. And I was looking at selectivity in this particular figure to see if our combinations were more selective towards cancer cells compared to non-cancer cells or healthy cells. So this particular graph is showing there are 3 drugs. My chemotherapy drug is the doxorubicin, and then my repurposed drugs are niclosamide and another one called plavinium, which we can see here. And so my legend's basically saying that doxorubicin and niclosamide drug combinations are significantly more selective against CASCI cancer cells. So here on our y-axis indicates our percentage cell viability, and our x-axis indicates the drug combinations we're looking at. Our MRC5 cells are in black and our CASCI cells are in purple.
Okay, so I'm interested, so in your legend, and it's perfectly fine, but you've also given the results in the legend. So you've told the reader exactly what to interpret from this graph as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So that was my confusion, is normally my first sentence of my figure legends would give my results, so you kind of know exactly what you're looking at, but I'm not sure if that's what I'm supposed to be doing.
So look, that's a thing of style, and so it's not wrong at all. It's not my style, so but it's absolutely fine. It's not one that I've seen a lot, but it's also perfectly acceptable. So this is the thing, you know, once you, and that's also why I always say we're building a first draft. Because people's style and supervisors and senior authors, they all have ways they like to do stuff. So the idea is you build your first draft, but there will be the tweaking and the shaping and making it, you know, read smoothly, etc. afterwards.
Okay,
and that's a style thing.
In my field, it's quite a common style in my field. Yeah, a lot of the figure legends, you can tell from the first sentence of the legend what their result is telling you.
Okay, that's great. And I mean, for a lot of people, you may like to adopt that in your legends as a style that you prefer. Yeah. So I think, well, thanks for sharing. And I think it's very nice to see their different ways of doing things. I think that's really helpful, actually. And to remember that what you're doing here is with using this process is to generate draft 1, but then different stylistic things are going to come into play. So we don't all produce papers that look exactly the same at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Do you want to go through some more? Are you happy? Yeah.
Okay, so I can go through my questions. Sorry, all I can see is this little panel of speakers here.
No, we can see it fine. We can see it. Yeah.
Okay, so my question was, are the doxorubicin plus our repurposed drug combinations more selective towards cancer cells compared to non-cancer cells? So there were a couple of cancer cell lines and there are a couple of other chemo drugs, but this is the particular one that I pulled out. And then my method is it's called an MTT assay. It's just a cell viability assay based on color and absorbance readings. And you do this for your cancer cell line and you do this for your MRC5 or your non-cancer cell line, and you just compare them to see cell viability, which is what we can see on my graph.
Okay, so you gave a very specific method there, which has all the details of the experimental process. Excellent. Okay.
So in terms of how I'm writing this, is this generally how I would put this methods piece in my methods section, or would this come kind of a little bit in my results as well? I'm not sure how much method to include in my results section.
So yeah, you want to kind of separate them out, really.
Okay.
So here an MTT assay. So also for a paper, when you have a common assay, and I'm sure an MTT assay is used routinely all the time, you won't need to explain how the assay works. And if there's a reference, you can just put a reference. So you can take out all that explanation of the method. And then you can just say absorbance readings were used to determine living cells. You don't need to explain why absorbance reading can determine living cells. And then that bit about a selectivity index is fine. So, and then obviously if these things, you may need to, is a selectivity index something that's commonly used in your field? You might want to just reference it.
Yeah, it is quite commonly used.
Yeah, so I think that looks fine in terms of being methods. And then your results?
So I always struggle with results because I think I tend to explain what's happening. But in this case, I just highlighted the main result that I was looking at, which was that the quarter, I don't know if we can try and see it all together, the result and the graph. The quarter doxorubicin combinations with niclosamide were significantly more cytotoxic in our Kasky cervical cancer cells compared to our MRC5 cells, because the MRC5 cells have increased cell viability, percentage cell viability. And then I just mentioned that even though it's not significant, there was a similar trend with pavinium. But because it's not significant, we only took the one set of combinations forward to analyze more.
No, I think that's perfect. So also, if you're talking about significance, at the end of that, compared to MRC cells, then put in brackets P less than 0.05 or whatever.
Okay, so I'll take this.
Yeah, just put it in your. Yeah, just put it in your results section as well. So whenever you report something being significantly more or substantially more, whatever, if you've got a figure like 1.8 fold or whatever, just make sure you report it in the results there.
Okay.
That sounds fine. Now your discussion would be about why do you think it was like that? Is it because this is a different class of drugs? Is it because have other people found the same thing? So this is about what do you think about this finding? Yeah,
and this is obviously I would use some more references to describe this.
Yeah, and I mean, why do you think it was like that? Do you know?
Well, from my research, the doxorubicin is a more selective chemotherapy drug on its own. And niclosamide is because I tested them individually myself after I found in the literature that they're quite selective drugs on their own. So I went and tested it out myself, and they were. So if they're more selective on their own, then they probably would be more selective together. But more so, I think niclosamide, because it targets a lot of mitochondrial pathways, which are highly active in cancer cells. So I think that's probably why.
Okay, those sound great. So those are all things you put in the discussion that you explain why you think this is probably a reasonable finding for all those reasons that you've outlined, and that would be your discussion section. And this is a good point also to note, some journals ask you to do results and discussion together. It's one section called results and discussion. And in that case, when you assemble, you'd still do this process, but when you assemble your document at the end, you will have results from this figure followed by discussion from this figure. Then you would have results from the next figure followed by discussion from the next figure. So it'll help you using this method will also help you to keep your results and discussions sort of in line and together.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Carly. You're welcome to drop off for the introduction section, as I said, and anyone else who did the course with me yesterday is also welcome to. And I saw someone else with a hand up. Where's it gone? We've got time for one more. We can squeeze one more in. Who was that who had a hand up? They vanished.
It was Eric.
Eric, do you want to jump in, Eric? We've got time. Oh, no, it's Kevin. Or have we got Eric and Kevin? Kevin, do you
Yes,
hello?
Okay, Eric.
Yes.
Do you want to jump in, and then Kevin, you can go after?
Okay.
We have time for that.
Okay.
Okay, go. Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Oh, thank you. Good morning and afternoon, everyone. I think I have Yeah. Let me share my screen with a makeshift presentation. I hope it serves
No,
the
it's
purpose.
fine. We're just workshopping the stuff. It really doesn't have to be pretty.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to feel stressed. I mean, it's just giving it a go, right? We're just trying it out.
Okay, just a second.
Sure. While Eric's just sorting out his share, I just want to ask everyone, is this helpful? So you can type in the chat for me. Is this kind of reviewing as people do it live? Does it help you see how it comes together? So just drop me some comments in the chat, and you can be honest, because it's hard teaching online. So I will really value your feedback, and it'll help me, to work it out. So Eric, on your page, can you just close, you see where it says Grammarly, can you just close that?
Oh,
On the top right.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you can make it slightly bigger for me. So just, yeah, perfect.
Is that okay?
That's perfect. Let's jump in. Tell us about your figure. Okay, because I'm a stickler for detail, I'm quickly going to be very irritating. So you're
no
gonna,
problem.
you said it's rough, and I'm trusting that you're going to go and sort out your text and your legend and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay. No problem.
Go ahead. Tell us what's in your figure and what you're doing here.
Okay. This is a chromatogram from a gas chromatography mass spectrometry analysis of ethanol distillate, an ethanol distillate from water hyacinth fermentation in cellulosic biomass biofuel production. I know that sounds like a mouthful, but basically this is just a purity analysis of the distillate that was obtained from that bioprocess.
And just tell me quickly, because I'm curious. So the water hyacinth, is this the invasive water hyacinth that destroys everything? So you're turning this into gas that people can use?
Yeah.
Fabulous. I love your project.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Tell us more. That water hyacinth is terrible stuff, right? It kills everything underneath the water.
Yeah, but it also has some positive elements of it, which I'm trying to exploit.
Find it. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just enthusiastic about your project.
Thank you. Yeah. So from what you can see, the chromatogram here is shows the question basically is the composition and the purity of the denatured ethanol distillate obtained from the water hyacinth fermented using a microbial bioprocess. So the methods that were used for this work involved pretreatment using some dilute sulfuric acid, and then hydrolyzation of the plants using aspergillus cultures, and aerobic fermentation using Saccharomyces species. Then the cultures were grown in yeast dextrose media at 35 degrees, and then the crude fermented product is then subjected to fractional distillation, where to acquire the denatured ethanol distillate at about 78 degrees. Then the distillate is then analyzed for purity and composition analysis. Using GCMS. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, this is
then
great.
this is the GCMS analysis. This is a chromatogram that shows the component abundance against the retention time for the distillate, and shows the purity analysis of the water hyacinth fermented. So the methanol is retained first, followed at peak 1, followed by acetic acid and other trace components. And then this table further now shows the peak numbers, the specific retention times, and the percentage composition of this distillate.
Okay, so that table is kind of a summary of what we're seeing in the figure.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So they're the same results as presented, in numbers. Okay, great.
Yeah. So so you can see one here is the first peak, and the first peak is methanol, which is retained first at 1.39 minutes, and it amounts to 10% of the denatured distillate. And then from the second one is the big peak here, 2.
Okay, perfect. So you've
Is 1.
described exactly what's in each peak, which is great.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what you could
so-
do, which can look quite nice as well if you want to, is you can turn that table into a small table that you actually, because your figure, you see your figure, if you go up, it's got this big white space.
Yeah.
You can actually embed a cute little table in the top right
Oh,
corner that shows
okay,
you what's
okay.
in each peak. It would be quite pretty. It's just a suggestion.
Thank
So-
you very much.
Okay, so you've given a nice, this is your results, which you've described here. So what's
Yeah.
your discussion?
Oh, I'd not yet gotten to that, but the answer to the
just-
question was,
Yeah, just tell us in words. What does it mean?
Okay.
Is this stuff good enough? Is
Yeah,
it what you
okay.
expected? Is it pure enough?
Yeah, so from the GCMS, from the gas chromatography analysis, the purity composition showed that the ethanol was 85% pure, which is good enough for denatured bioethanol product for fuel uses, not
Okay.
analytical grade uses. So basically, it's good enough to work with as a, yeah.
Okay, great. And would you need to say anything? I'm looking at, those little peaks at 4. Would you have to say there are some very small peaks from other compounds, but the peaks are small enough that we don't believe they're an issue?
Yeah, the small peaks are actually expected. They amount to
Okay.
about 3% of the total compound, and from the denatured alcohols, they're normally part of the whole composition, and it's not a cause of alarm if they don't exceed 5%.
So you say all of that in your discussion because you're describing now what do these results mean to us?
Yeah. Okay.
So you know it all, and that's all the stuff that you're going to put into your discussion section.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Eric.
Okay.
Thank
I
you for
appreciate it.
sharing.
Thank
That looks really great. Yeah, and it's a very nice, tidy way to show how it all comes together. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. So Kevin, you are the last person, the last volunteer.
Yes.
Sweet. Thank you for your nice comments.
Oh,
And thank you,
you're
Fuzia. Okay, jump in, Kevin.
okay, let me share my screen.
Thank you.
Here I am. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Okay, we can see it. Yes. Okay.
So this is a very first beginning for me as a bioinformatician. So I helped someone with his research, try to determine genetic factor that influences that make difference in people in a HAT endemic area. So it's
Okay,
actually,
so these are variants in the humans.
yes, exactly, in the human.
Okay.
So it's actually a follow-up of a case control study in the endemic area, and then we did not find any significance in the same area between case and controls for particular genotype. And
Okay.
then we had the idea to compare the genotype from 2 different people from 2 different areas. So it's actually the result I'm showing you here. It's actually so in the figure,
Okay.
it's a comparison between 2 populations who are not sick but live in endemic area. So we selected some genotype, and you can see here that you have allele frequency from Kasai is a region in the center of the country, and Bandundu is a region in the west. So they're both endemic areas, but we can see that for particular genotypes, we have different allele frequencies. So
So
they're
can
not sick.
yeah, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, they are not sick, but we can observe particularly for this one and this one that we also do the calculation, and there is a significant difference between both.
In the allele frequency.
Yes.
So can I just to get a bit of clarity, can I ask who is the total population here where you're calculating the allele frequency. Is this a selection of people who live in the endemic area but have not got sick?
Exactly. Those people.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you compare the allele frequencies with the people who live in the population in the area and did get sick?
No, this is actually a discovery study. So we need some more research to search if there is a comparison between. No, so we have data for case control from people from Bandundu, but we don't have cases from the Kasai. So during the validation study, we actually plan to do more research to include the cases and get more answers about this. So
so maybe the question for this is, what are the background population level allele frequency, or what are the allele frequencies in two different populations of people who have not contracted this illness despite living in endemic areas?
Yes.
Okay, and the answer is that the allele frequencies are slightly different in these two populations, in the people who have not contracted the illness.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then the methods, did you recruit these individuals and collect samples, or did you use existing data sets?
No, we collected samples. So
okay.
So you actually for two groups. For the first group, the people from Bandundu here, we already had the data.
Oh, okay.
But for those from Kasai, we needed to collect. So in so in the methodology here, you can see that we collect like 199 participants. HAT for this is from Bandundu. So Masimani, Bandundu is a township and Masimanimba is a town.
Okay.
And then
so
we
in
got,
your carry on, sorry.
And then we recruited those from the Kasai. It's actually the same number. So 199, 199. And then we carry the genotype on both of them. So we already have the data from Bandundu. We just collected sample from the Kasai. We did the genotype for the same allele, and then we did the analysis.
Okay, so in your method section, you're going to say the first set of data came from an existing study, and you're going to reference that study. And then you can say, in addition, we collected new data by recruiting participants, et cetera, et cetera. So you can actually describe the data source. And then you've explained in the methodology, you just want to say how you did the genotyping. Did you use a chip? Did you use qPCR? Did you use RT-PCR? So you want to put some information of how you did that, that genotyping in your methodology section, right?
Okay, thank you. I write it down in my notebook. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. And then and if it's, it's a method that's commonly used, you don't have to describe the whole method. You just have to say what method was used and put in a reference. Okay. And then, and then you can report in your results what were the frequencies. So, or maybe you're going to have a separate table. So you can say, in general, the frequencies were higher, and then with a statistically significant difference for these two. So maybe in your text, in your results, for these two where there was a significant difference, you can say exactly what the allele frequencies were for these two alleles that were actually interesting and had a difference.
Okay.
So you can provide that info in the results. And what does it mean? Do you think this is because there's just a natural regional difference? Do you think it's something related to how much exposure they have to the pathogen? Do you have any thoughts about why it's like this or what it means for your study?
Yes, we actually have some clinical data from the two populations, and we discovered that one population is developing the second stage of the disease. So the disease has two stages. The first stage is in the blood when the parasite is in the blood, and the second stage is when the parasite go through the brain.
Okay.
That's the final stage of the disease. So one of the population is developing the second stage, while the other population is not developing the second stage. So one is very exposed to, easily develop the second stage. And with some research on some papers, we discovered that this particular, the interferon gamma, is one of the facilitator of the parasite to go through from the blood to the
blood into the brain.
Yeah.
So that's perfect. That's what you're going to write in your discussion about this. Obviously, this experiment you've done now doesn't prove anything, but it is worth exploring further because of these other pieces of evidence that you have. And because you know that there's this difference between the two populations. So that all goes into the discussion section around this, all the thoughts you have when you look at these data.
Okay, yeah.
Fantastic. This is a very interesting project. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for sharing, Kevin. Shane, now I know we haven't had a break. We've been going for over an hour. But thank you everyone who's shared and who's been willing to have me like digging holes in what you're saying and challenging you what's on there. You're not only getting help for you, but everyone watching is also learning. So thank you very much for being willing to put yourselves on the spot. I really appreciate it. And it makes it much more interesting for all of us, me included, to give these workshops. So I'm just thinking the next, we've got, we don't need a lot of time to do the next session, which is just an overview on writing your introduction. I'm sure you're all a bit exhausted by now. So do you want to take let's see, it's 53. So do you want to just take a break until 12, and then we've got a half hour and you can watch, there's a presentation that is, oh, actually, before we go there, I just want to quickly ask, does everyone understand? But then, well, maybe you can just put in the chat. Do you understand the process when you've done this process for each of your figures? Is it clear how you then pull that all together into a single manuscript? We can't do this as an exercise because we've all only got like one figure that we've started playing with. But do you understand at the end how this would all come together and you turn it into your first draft? Was that clear from the presentation? Crystal, okay, Ray, great, thanks. That's the kind of feedback I like. Okay, good. So you can all imagine when you've got all these different figures sorted out and all the writings there, that then you get the order right and then you pull it together into a single paper. Okay, great. That's excellent. So let's take a break until 12, and then I will run there's a short, I think it's only like 10 minutes. Let me just check how long it is. A little overview on getting going on writing your introduction, because once you've done all of that, then when you finished putting all your different documents together into a single paper, then you're going to write the introduction. So we can just have a look at this pre-recorded. I'm just going to open it to see how long it is. I hope it doesn't start making an annoying noise, which it might. There we are. Yeah, it's only like 11 minutes. So let's come back at 12. You can just stretch your legs and, shake your hands out and walk around a bit. We start again at 12. We'll go through that 10-minute or 11-minute talk, and then we can just do a little exercise where some of you can give it a try in giving me an overview of what your introduction sounds like. Okay, so take 5 minutes. And I'll see you back here at 12, and then we'll jump in to talk about writing your introduction. Excellent. Thanks, helpful session. That's very good to know. We've all had to adjust a lot to online workshops. So it's great to have feedback. Thank you. I've got another cup of tea. So in the email I sent, I also gave a link for this stuff on introductions, and you'll find it. I did drop earlier, I dropped the Google Drive link where you can see all my recorded material. So you should be able to find that. So it's up to you. I'll play this through the Zoom call. But you can also watch it, download and watch it separately if you prefer. So it's 11 minutes. So I think, Pabalo, are you there? Shall I jump in and start playing this pre-recorded?
Yes, please, because I think people are back now, so we can start, Nikki. Thank you.
Okay, great. And it's only 11 minutes. It's short, and then we're going to play this game where we're going to, and some of you have done workshops with me before, and you may have done this already. So apologies if it's another time round, but we're going to work out what's the storyline of your introductions afterwards, and we can do that. We can just take it slow until the end of the session at 12:30. I know it's been a long haul, and you guys have been great and very focused. Okay, let me, I don't know why my screen sharing now won't allow me to share just, it's very strange. I'll do the whole screen. Just one moment. It's a very odd change that I'm not altogether pleased with. But you still let me share just one. Sorry, I'm faffing around now. I'm trying to make this happen. It's like it doesn't want to let me share my movie. I know it's not showing it yet. And now, can you see the movie now?
Nope, we can only see you.
Something changed on the screen sharing.
Are you still a host, Nikki? Let me check if you're still a co-host, because if you're not a co-host, maybe. Let's check. I think you still are, because I made you a co-host earlier. You are a co-host.
It's like changed even during the session.
I wonder what's wrong. Why can't you share your screen? One participant at a time, and no one else is sharing the screen, so you should have the right to do.
Yeah, I can go to share screen, but it doesn't want to know my movie. It just rejects it. Kind of offensive, actually. Oh, try that. Let's see. That might work. Let's see. Can you see it now? Oh, but I didn't.
Yes.
I'm not sure. Hang on. I may not have clicked the right things. I've got to optimize. There we are. Let's try that. Right, let's see. So will you just type in the chat if the sound it gives any problems?
It's just see your screen now, not the movie. It's just your.
I'm Nikki Tiffin.
Really? It's not showing this?
It's not showing. It's just showing your desktop. So I don't see the movie. I don't know why.
This is a new problem I've not encountered before.
Yeah, because even earlier you were able to play the movie.
Nikki,
So
make sure you're flipping.
I can see the movie. Sorry?
Okay. No, I was just saying make sure you are playing it already before you can start to share.
Yeah, no, it's all there and ready to go. Can you see it now, the movie?
Yes, now we can see a framework of writing your introduction. So play it.
Hi, everyone, and welcome.
Yes.
I'm Nikki Tiffin, and today I'm going to be describing for you a framework that you can use for writing introductions for your project protocols, for grant applications, for papers. I have also provided a page of notes about writing an introduction, so I do recommend that you might want to read those as well before you start writing your introduction, and they may reinforce what we're going to talk about today. So why is a good introduction important? So it befriends your examiner or the reviewer who's looking at your grant proposal or the ethics review board who are looking at your protocol, and it puts your work in context so that the rest of what you present after your introduction makes sense. So it's your first opportunity to make a good impression in your document, and you lead the way on what you're going to present next. So it's very important to do it well and get it right. I'm going to approach the whole process of writing the introduction in the mindset of telling a story, because the introduction is in fact telling the narrative of your project and why your project has come to be. So I'm going to break this down in the talk that follows, and I'm going to look at different sections of the flow of the introduction. So the first section we're going to look at, I've called Establish the Territory. This is about explaining where in general this research field is in your field at this point in time. So this is setting the scene, as it were, as about what's come before your work. But this section needs to have a structure as well. So you're going to have to think about what is the storyline of the work to date that's been done in your field, the field that your project is being undertaken in. So you could introduce your topic along the lines of the timeline that the research was undertaken in. So first something was done, and then something new was found, and then after that a third new thing was discovered, and that's taken us to the point we are today. That would be a straightforward timeline. A happened, then B happened, then C happened, then D happened. But there are other ways to do this. And for example, you could look at controversies in your field, and maybe you're going to show that on one hand there was this school of thought, but at the same time there was an opposing school of thought that had a different perspective, and you could explain position A versus position B, and you could use that as introducing the narrative of your area of research. Once you've put in the background and explained how things have got to where they are today, then this is the point at which you want to do what I call establishing the niche. What this means is explaining what work has not been done to date, and where evidence is lacking, and what are the questions that still need to be answered. So after you've explained everything that has been done, then you've set the scene to bring in the story of what bits still need to be done and what questions still need to be answered. If you can frame this very well, this gives you a perfect lead in, because once you've explained the gaps, your next step is number 3, and that's going to be to occupy the niche. So in this third section, you're going to show how your work is going to answer some of the unanswered questions. And you can very briefly even say how you've done so or how you're planning to do so. So you set up the story, you show the gaps, and then very importantly, you show how you are going to help fill some of those gaps with your work that you're describing in your protocol or in your paper or your grant application. Once you've worked out the main messages of those 3 sections, then as you write, you want to try and get some kind of flow of your story. So it's kind of easy reading, and it's easy to follow the different pieces and to work out how they relate to each other. And I want to flag the use of connectors, because I think they're very, very helpful words that you can bring in and use well in your introduction to create this narrative flow, to make the story sort of flow nicely and make sense and come together easily. So connectors are words like thus, however, furthermore, in contradiction, conversely, similarly, on one hand, on the other hand. They're kind of signpost words. The other way I've heard them described is discourse markers. What they do is they guide the reader how statements fit together and create this storyline. So they give the reader clues about how statement A fits with statement B. So if you go back to basics, AND is the most basic linear connector. It's not very informative and it's not very exciting, and it makes for very boring reading. A happened and B happened and C happened and D happened. It doesn't give you any sense of how these things related to each other in a time scale, or whether one was, the same as the other or very different. So think of AND as the most basic linear connector, and then start to work on using connectors that are a little bit more informative and that explain in more detail and with a slightly richer kind of usage how the bits of the story come together. I also just wanted to put this in because this is something that I personally feel very strongly about, and I do a lot of reading protocols, reviewing manuscripts, marking theses. So sweating the small stuff, I always say sweat the small stuff, is actually very important because it's all about that important first impression that you make. So when you do write your introduction, when you've got your draft ready and you think you've got the words you want in there, these things must come into play to really bring your introduction up to speed. So check your spelling, your punctuation, and your grammar, and make sure that you're being concise, that you haven't said the same thing over and over in different ways, and that the flow is logical. Use a clean, consistent font and font size. So if your introduction sort of jumps between fonts and font sizes, it's very distracting for the reader, and they spend half their time just adjusting to how the thing looks instead of focusing on what the story is all about. So check your spacing after headings, because your headings and subheadings are also leaders that help the reader position themselves. So make sure that your paragraphs follow properly and that all the titles of the same kind of hierarchy are in the same font and the same size, and that the gaps between paragraphs are the same. And choose one type of line spacing and then stick with it. If you're doing double spaced, single spaced, 1.5 spaced, you normally have your own guidelines that you have to follow, for example, for a thesis or a manuscript. But make sure that your whole introduction is written with the same formatting. And then check the justification of the document. That means, are the words centered and stretched across the line, or do they line up on the left of the page, or do they line up on the right of the page? I have a personal preference. I prefer a left justification, but a lot of people like to do justification where they stretch the sentences to fill the whole line. Whatever you do choose, do the same thing throughout the document. So don't have your paragraphs jumping backwards and forwards between, left and center justification. And then, of course, use referencing software, and I have other lectures about that, and we'll come back to that. But this is also about having a professional output so that the formatting and the presentation of your introduction is sort of seamless, and it doesn't detract from the actual message and the story that you're trying to put across. So following on from this lecture, we're going to do a group exercise, but you can also do this on your own or with a group of friends who are also working on protocols or writing introductions. This is just a summary on this slide of what I've already told you. Number 1 is describing the context, where is the field now? Number 2 is describing the niche, what's missing, and where is the hole in the knowledge? And number 3 is occupying the niche, how your research is going to fill in the missing gaps. So the exercise we are going to do is going to be about trying to get down to the absolute basics of the structure of your introduction. So we're going to do that by trying to find the 3 different summary sentences for your project and your introduction that summarize these 3 areas. But to make it a bit more fun and a bit easier, I'm going to use some common language prompts to help you. So these prompts are not things that you're going to write into your introduction. They are prompts from me that will help you think about what you're trying to say in each section and what should be going in each section. We're going to do describing the context. So I'm going to ask you to complete the sentence, in the beginning. And that's going to tell us where's the field now. So in the beginning, genomics research was very slow to address the problem of Alzheimer's, for example. Then is going to be the next prompt. And this is going to be the prompt that suggests to you, tell me more about the research that followed from the initial findings. So how did the field develop? And this is where you're going to bring in, then there was a second school of thought, or then there was some more research done that followed on and suggested other things. So then is still describing the context, but it's explaining how the field developed and helping you structure your story. Is it going to be opinion A versus opinion B? Is it going to be a timeline? Is it going to be converging types of research that came to the same conclusions? That's what then is going to tell us. Next, we come to describing the niche. So the prompt word I'm going to use here is but. But what was missing? What were the gaps? Where is the hole in the knowledge? And that is where you're going to be able to position the work that still needs to be done. But we still didn't know X, Y, Z. And finally, the opportunity to occupy the niche. So is going to be your prompt word here. So in order to answer the question that still needs to be answered, I'm going to do this research project. So this prompt as so is about how your research is going to fill the missing gaps. So let's go over to our live exercise and I'll end the recording here. Okay, great. So we've got about 15 minutes left in the session. So once again, I've strong-armed Tsane, who can't say no because I'm supervising her project. And we're going to play this game in the beginning, then, but, so. And I just want to be clear as well for everyone that you don't use these words in the beginning, then, but, so in your write-up. But what I'm trying to do with this exercise is to try and help you work out for you what is the flow of your introduction. So we're going to go down to the absolute basics of what are the key elements that are going to go into your introduction. Of course, when you've worked them out, then you're going to write properly in scientific language and build out each element. So maybe the other point to make is sometimes, like for a PhD, your introduction is a whole chapter. So it might be 10 pages. For, if you're just writing your research proposal to go to Ethics Review Board, it might only be 1 page. But still, you can use the same structure and make sure that the story you're telling is a coherent story that follows that same basic line. So Tsane, if you're up for it, let's jump in. So Tsane is working on a new component of her PhD, and she hasn't actually been through the process for this one. So we're going to just jump in and go for it. Are you there? Are you ready?
I think so.
Okay, great. Let's do it. Okay, so let's go. In the beginning.
In the beginning, there wasn't a lot of diabetes in Africa, so it wasn't so well studied. Even the medications that patients are taking were not well studied.
Then
in recent times, we've seen an increase in the number of diabetes cases, and it's now starting to become is it a pandemic or epidemic in sub-Saharan Africa and just Africa as a whole.
Okay, great. But
diabetes is not our only problem. We also have infectious diseases and such as HIV, and diabetes and something like HIV, they need lifelong treatment. So what do I say next?
I think that still goes under then. I actually think that's part of then, isn't it?
Yes, it should be part of then.
Then we've got this growing burden of diabetes, and we have it on a background of high HIV and high TB in sub-Saharan Africa.
So now we have a burden of infectious and non-infectious diseases that both need lifelong treatment.
Okay,
oh my goodness. But
maybe we don't know the outcomes of people who have all these different medications at the same time, something like that.
Yes. And also we don't know the actual burden of medication that these people have to take, like how much diabetes medication are they taking? We know how much HIV medication they're taking, but we don't know how much diabetes medication they're taking and other medication that they have to take with that diabetes, maybe hypertension medication. So we really don't know what is the pill burden on these people. And this has an impact. I don't know if I'm jumping the gun on their adherence.
Let's get it to one sentence. But we don't yet know what is the profile of medications people are having to take for having all these comorbidities at the same time. Something like that.
Cool.
Okay, so
we need to now what do we need to do?
My work is going to
be exploring, and I'm trying to describe and see what medications people are taking. Who are these people who are taking these medications? Like, what is the population that is taking diabetes medication? and HIV medication, and then trying to see are there factors that impact on these people taking their medication properly, that is adherence, and actually sticking to their medication in the long term. Yeah, I think so.
I think that sounds good. Okay, so we know, so in the beginning, we didn't really have a diabetes problem as such, a large problem. Then we saw many more diabetes cases, and that's also because of epidemiological transition on the continent. And we also saw all of this happening on a background of high TB and HIV, and people were taking a lot of medications at the same time. But we don't really know, we don't really have a good analysis of who's having to take all these medications and how it's affecting their adherence and ability to take all the medications. So Sane is going to describe the medications and the characteristics of the people on those medications for people who have all these different diseases at the same time. And that's going to be the introduction.
Yes,
Well
that's hopefully my second.
Once again,
that's hopefully my next paper.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nikki, for helping me to like sort that out as well, because it was also still muddled in my head.
Okay, great. So does anyone want to have a go? We've got about 8 minutes. We can do a couple. Just come and have a play. Just see if you can work it out for your project that you're jumping into. Jess, jump in.
Hello, Nikki. Thank you. Let me actually turn my video on. I feel like you're probably quite lonely out there being the only one with the phone.
Hi. Okay, do you want to just jump in and give it a go?
Yeah, sure. So I've actually written some things down because I was worried I was going to mess this up if I didn't.
Okay.
But yeah,
no, there's no problem with messing up. I mean, this is just about having some fun and trying it out. Yeah. Okay, so in the beginning.
Okay, in the beginning, the Human Genome Project was completed in 2003 and resulted in the first draft sequence of the human genome. Then clinical and computational techniques that integrally use the human reference genome were developed to compare and analyze human genomes and subsequently identify genetic variants implicated in health and disease.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have some more then, or are we jumping into batch?
I could probably add more then, but I think, let's see.
Okay, let's jump into batch and then we can see if we need to go back to then. Okay, batch.
But as the field developed, it became clear that the linear format of the reference sequence was inadequately able to represent all the genetic variation within the human population. And this severely impacts our ability to identify important genetic factors for ethnicities that were not included in the creation of the reference, such as African populations.
Excellent. So, my word.
So this project aims to create a sub-Saharan African pangenome that can be used in conjunction with the human reference genome to significantly improve its ability to identify population-specific genetic variants that could in future be used for clinical and therapeutic interventions.
Wow, that was super slick. I have to say applause. Now you've intimidated everyone else, but that was great. And I think, yeah, thank you, Jace. Thanks for being willing to share. That's great. I mean, you've obviously put some thought into this. I don't want everyone else to be intimidated by that sterling performance.
No, yeah, I also I'm a year into my master's, so yeah, it's been a while coming.
Okay, good. You've been incubating that for a bit and thinking about it for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jess. Does everyone see how the structure works? Does anyone else want to jump in? We've got a couple of minutes left. And it really doesn't have to be all sorted out, right? You know, just give it a try. Or are we all exhausted? I'm looking for hands popping up. 1 or 2 to try before we wrap up. Everyone's intimidated. No? Okay, so let's go from a different angle. Does it make sense? Oh, have we got someone? Kevin, jump in. Let's do it. Okay, unmute.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, you ready? We're going to go.
So,
yeah. In the beginning?
Yeah, in the beginning, the Trypanosoma gambiense is found in West and Central Africa and account for over 95% of infection. but I mean, now in DRC
and then let's go with the, okay, so we've got this pathogen and it accounts for a huge number of infections. Then
yes, and I'm continuing in the beginning.
Okay, carry on, sorry.
So I'll say now the DRC is the largest reservoir of Trypanosoma brucei cambiense, with more than 70% of cases notified over the past 10 years.
Okay. Okay,
then research has been able to establish that interleukin-4 and interferon gamma, interleukin-4, interferon gamma, and Apple G1 are associated with trypano tolerance in certain regions endemic for HAT.
Okay,
but we don't know what is really happening in the DRC, in HAT endemic area in the DRC. So our research will have to determine the frequencies of the Apple of different alleles, such as Apple G1 and G2, interferon gamma, and interleukin in the endemic areas of HAT in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Fantastic. Another round of applause. You guys are pros. You don't actually need me overseeing this. Thanks, Kevin. No, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's
Thank
great.
You. That sounds really clear for me now. I mean, I can handle everything now.
Excellent. My time has been well spent. So it's just, do you see, it's about working out the storyline. So I always say with paper writing, it's you're telling a story, and like any storyteller, you want your audience to be engaged, to understand, to follow the story, to be interested, and to want to know what's the answer. So yeah, everything that I've taught you today is about trying to make it easy for the reader to engage and to follow the story. Ruth, do you want to squeeze one in quickly before we wrap up? Oh, and Winfred. Okay, now I'm going to turn to Pavalo. What is following on from this? Is there another break?
There was supposed to be, according to the agenda, there was supposed to be another training session, but I'm thinking of having a 40-minute lunch for like 12:30 until 10 past 1. We can have a break and then we can come back.
Okay, that's
with Lyndon and
perfect.
Caleb.
So then what I'll say is I completely respect it's been a long session. If people want to leave at 12:30 as scheduled, so in 2 minutes time, you're welcome. But I'm happy to stay on a couple of minutes for Ruth, and there was someone else who also put up a hand. So I don't mind running a bit over if those people want to give it a go. Winfred, I'm very happy to be here to just give it a go with yours. But I also don't expect everyone to stay on for that, because I know it's tiring and you've got another session coming up. So before we go to Ruth and Winfred, I just want to wrap up and say thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure, and thank you very much for all being so engaged, because that makes it a rewarding experience for me too. The fact that you're all willing to jump in here and give it a try and not be scared in case you don't know what you're doing or whatever. I really, really appreciate that. So thank you very much. I did drop in the chat that URL where you can find all my recordings, and I told you when you can expect there are 2 new sets coming, but I will continue to add online training resources there. That's my resolution for this year. Everything I teach online, I'm going to put together a proper online package, and I'm going to make it available to everyone. So you're welcome to keep checking back to that drive and take what you can and use it as you can. And as I said, if you've got other students who want to use it, go for it. Just just acknowledge that it comes from me, and I'll be happy with that. So yeah, if anybody else has questions or whatever, you're welcome to pop them in the chat or email me, and we'll just finish up with Ruth and then Winfred, just so you can give it a go, and then enjoy the rest of the day and the rest of the workshop. And thank you for your participation. Okay, great. So let's go, Ruth, jump on in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. So let's go. in the beginning.
In the beginning, genome-wide association studies used genotyping arrays to determine which SNPs have been significantly overrepresented in the cases than in the controls. Then they use this information to determine association to the disease, but they are limited to variants that can be accurately assayed, and they are also limited to SNPs that can be assayed from the over 300 million SNPs that are available. So genotype imputation was invented in order to fill in the missing SNPs and therefore increase the number of available SNPs that can be used for further studies.
Okay, so Ruth, we didn't get to your project. So I think you jumped the gun on the but and the so. I think you're still stuck in the then. What do you think?
Oh.
So in the beginning, GWAS studies were developed to work out, and then these studies they continued, but they were limited to only the assayed SNPs. And then imputation was invented to be able to impute the SNPs. Okay, so where's the missing piece? But so tell me what your project's going to do, and we'll work it out.
Okay, so it's about looking at imputation accuracy. But the but comes in because these genotyping arrays have a limitation. So they can only measure a tag of SNPs from the over 300 million SNPs that are available. So to be able to increase the number of SNPs that can be used for further studies, genotype imputation comes in,
So that all fits in the then, because that was all done by other people, right? So all this happened, they developed genotyping array technology, and then they noticed that you can only look at the SNPs that are on the array. So then they realized you can use imputation in order to fill in the gaps. But we don't know how accurate imputation is for
in
African populations. Okay, there's our but we don't know how accurate the imputation is for African populations that have a lot of diversity and unmapped diversity. So my work is going to
focus on assessing imputation accuracy in the MHC region in African populations.
There we are, we got there. You built it. How does it sound? Does it make more sense?
Yeah, it does. It
does
make more
so
sense.
the then often is more than you expect, because then is everything that's been done in this field that leads up to where's the gap.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well done. You did it. We got there. We got to your project. Fantastic. Thank you for sharing. Thanks for jumping in. And then we had one more. It was Winfred, is it? Did I remember correctly? Sorry, my tired old brain. Is it Winfred? Who was going to do that? Oh, great. Hi, Winfred. Thank you. Jump on in.
Yeah, so thank you very much for this opportunity. So just short thing. So can I go ahead?
Okay, in the beginning.
So in the beginning, bats have been shown to harbor multiple zoonotic pathogens.
And we're all feeling the costs of that now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then.
Yep. Then surveillance studies have reported indeed Kenyan bats harbor multiple coronaviruses that affect humans. But we do not know whether the Kenyan bats have a SARS coronavirus 2, which is responsible for the current pandemic. So my study aims at elucidating the molecular epidemiology of SARS coronavirus 2 in Kenyan bats.
I love it. Fantastic. You guys are great. More applause. And that's a fascinating study and very timely, of course. Okay, great. I think that's all of us done. We're all exhausted. Have I worn you all out for the rest of the day? That was excellent. Thanks, guys. I really thoroughly enjoyed this. I mean, it's a public holiday here, so I'm going to take out an hour or two, but you guys are going to be charging on. So enjoy the rest of the day. Feel absolutely free to access my, my teaching materials on that drive. And thank you very much to everyone. And you can always make contact with me if you have a specific follow-up question. I don't have time to read everyone's papers, theses, introductions, etc. Unfortunately, that's not something I can help you with. But what you can do, and I really do recommend this, and you're a group now of 72 people who've done this course, is you can organize small writing groups and you can help each other along. So you could set up a writing group with people. I mean, in the old days, I'd say set up a writing group with people in your institution or in your lab. But of course, we're all online now, so you don't have any restrictions. So you could set up writing groups and subgroups of if you're trying to write a paper or you're trying to write an introduction, and you can support each other to take it forward. So I recommend that as well. So thank you, everyone. I really enjoyed it. Thanks, Pabalo and team, for all your organizing and coordinating. And I'll just, yeah, it's been my pleasure, Pabalo. Sorry to run over a little bit.
No, it's okay. So everybody's read the comments. Everybody's singing your praises. Just very grateful. So thank you so much for your time, Nikki. Just for the others, we're gonna take a break now until 1:15. That's when the next session is gonna start. So go have lunch if you're eating, or just chill for like the next 30 minutes, breathe, and then come back for the next session. Thank you so much they were so engaging, Nikki.
It's been my pleasure.
So thank you so much. I'll see you. I'm gonna pause the recording as well. Okay, welcome back everybody from lunch. I think we can start the second session, and I'm hoping that our trainers, Lyndon and Caleb, are ready. So we were supposed to not have a break, but I mean, I understand that you guys were exhausted, and now we're gonna obviously continue after that mini break that we had in between. So Fozia is gonna introduce who Lyndon, Zest, and Caleb are. I'm not gonna read their bios. Fozia will do that for us. But then what they're gonna be talking about is, or rather training on, is how to read, summarize, and critique a research article. There's gonna be two parts to this, as I told you earlier. And immediately after now, the first part, Chris and Amel are gonna join us, giving us some advice on career development and stuff like that. But yeah, for now, I'll just hand over to Fozia to introduce our next speakers. Fozia, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Pabalo. So I will introduce both of Caleb and Lyndon in the same time because they will be animating the same session. So Caleb is a PhD in bioinformatics from Rhodes University, South Africa. He is a bioinformatics researcher, data scientist, a lecturer and a mentor. Caleb is currently a bioinformatician at the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology at ICP in Kenya. And he teaches bioinformatics at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Caleb is passionate about open science and reproducible and bioinformatics research. He continually seeks out opportunities to speed open science, especially with the bioinformatics community in Kenya. I will speak about slowly about Lyndon. He is a project data coordinator based in the University of Cape Town, South Africa, as part of the H3 Unit core team. He coordinates and participates with several of H3 Unit projects, specifically those focused on phenotype standardization and harmonization, data management, and precision medicine. So welcome Lyndon and Caleb, and the floor is for you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Fozia, for the lovely introduction, and Babala and the whole team for the lovely organization of this session. It's really been quite engaging, and I've learned quite a lot, especially in this morning session on writing. So myself and Lyndon, we're going to take you through this session on how to read, how to summarize, and the last aspect is how to critique a scientific publication or scientific article. So I'm going to take us through the first session or the first part of this training, and then Lyndon will cover the aspect of critiquing, but I'll cover reading and summarizing. And then through the whole presentation, we'll be inviting questions and just contributions from the members as well, and all of you're invited to just contribute to this conversation, because reading and summarizing and critiquing research articles, especially the aspect of reading, is something that we as scientists and researchers and students, it's something we do on a daily basis or quite regularly. So I'm going to share my screen and just give you an outline on what we are going to be covering, and then I'll cover the introductory section. But Lyndon can just make some opening remarks as I share my screen.
Okay, everyone. Thanks for Balo and Fauzia for the introduction. So as Caleb said, I'll be tackling the second part of this presentation. You'll be covering the reading and summarizing our research article, and I'll be doing the critique. So I'll talk to you in a bit.
All right, so thank you, Lyndon. Hopefully you can see my my screen and the slides that have been shared. Okay, so we have two sessions for this particular training section. So first session would just be theoretical covering on most of these concepts. So we'll introduce most of these aspects in the first session, and then in the second session, we will have breakout rooms and discussions. So we'll spend some 25 minutes in breakout rooms, just discussing the article. That someone is not muted and there's so much background. Thank you. Yeah, so there's an article that I shared, and I think someone can just pop it in to the chat, and then that's the article that we're going to practically go through what we will learn in this session during the second session, and then we'll have 25 minutes for a report back. So the main aspect here, and I took this quotation from one of the articles that I was reading when I was preparing for this particular session, and it says that we are drowning in information, but we are starved for knowledge. And I think that's really true, especially if you are to think about the number of articles that have been written on coronavirus, COVID-19 pandemic, and it's quite a ton of articles that have been written on the same. But if you are looking for information on the same, it can be really difficult. Why is that? Because most of the important information could be buried somewhere, or you have to really spend some time to be able to identify an article that would give you the right information that you're looking for before you even spend time to reading. So we read on a daily basis, and reading ideally should be a culture that you inculcate and develop from the word go when you start your academic career, I would say so. And reading is writing. And I think the previous session was talking about the concept of how to write and going through all the various sections. And really, without reading, you have no content to write. And reading is what gives you the information. Writing is what helps you think about what you've read and be able to frame it and be able to digest it, and then be able to now write and present to someone else to be able to understand or be able to support the article or that you were writing, the manuscript that you are working on. So the first step, I would say, when it comes to reading is to decide why you want to read the paper and why are you reading? Because you could be reading just to review a particular paper that was assigned. That's a different case. It could be you just want to keep up to speed on the current events within the field that you are either joining or a part of. You could be doing a literature survey for a new field or for a new direction that you want to take in your research. And so the purpose as to why you are reading and why you want to read should guide how you go about the reading and to what depth. That's really important. So just from the word go, I just want us to spend a few minutes just on the chat to what are some of the reasons for reading an article? Why would you want to read an article? And if I'll give us like a minute to just put in some of the reasons why you particularly would read an article, and then we will continue from there. So I've just covered very few of the reasons why you would read, but I'd be interested to learn why most of us would want to read. So please spend a few minutes and just talk to us about that. So ever to gain knowledge in a particular topic, and that's really important. You want to get knowledge on a particular topic that you want to explore. Tendai, literature search for current research. Yes, you are undertaking a master's, a PhD, or a particular research, and you want to get literature, perform a literature survey on that particular topic. Yes, you want to get ideas and techniques for your own research. Absolutely true. If you want to, and really there's nothing new under the world that they would say, and which means that ideas is just being able to figure out what is on, there's a concept of adjacent possible. So by reading through all the, not all the articles, but the relevant articles within your space, you would be able to identify the adjacent possible, which are the key and more or less the research areas that are just on the boundary, on the periphery of what's going on within that particular field. So reading is very important for you to be able to do that. Update knowledge on literature, which is really important. Be up to date and up to speed with what's going on in your field. Surudzai, reviewing literature for a thesis write-up. That's what we do. Keeping up the cutting edge of sciences, really important. You want to write an informed opinion piece on the said topic, really important, Babalo. And to be able to do that, you have to be informed. You have to write an informed piece, and reading would be what you would need to do that, to achieve that. Looking at the methodology used and seeing if I can adopt some of the methods in your current study. You see that's, so if you're focused on the methodology, you wouldn't really be interested in reading the whole paper, but you more or less go straight to the methodology section and spend even lots of time on the supplementary materials. Improve on vocabulary, Irene, Saba, navigating new ideas, Donald, contextualize your findings. And now when it gets to your discussion section, you have to be able to say, okay, this is what we observed, and can we be able to see where it fits in the current knowledge within this field and the space. So you'd have to read. Emmanuel, reading for me starts my thinking process to generate new ideas for a topic using pre-existing knowledge. That's perfect. Thank you, Emmanuel. So you can continue popping in some of the ideas there, but you've really mentioned some of the core aspects there. So now, based on having identified and having decided why you are reading or why you want to read an article, then the next logical step would be, what do you want to read? What would be the article? Choosing an article to read, choosing the right article to read. So what are you looking for? So you've mentioned a number of them. So you're looking for an idea for research, then that would determine for an idea for research, then original research article, randomized controlled trials, controlled clinical trials, and so forth, are the things you would be more or less expected to read if you are looking for an idea. Maybe diagnosis or therapy, then reviews, proceedings, things that actually summarize the current knowledge within the field in one article, then because that's what you're more interested in, actually the key findings and what's important, what's current within that particular field. Then you have topic, more or less general topical overview and updates, then you'd be interested to look for narrative reviews, systematic reviews, meta-analysis, and so forth. So, and especially if you are getting into a new field, then those would be quite resourceful articles for you to read, systematic reviews, and especially the narrative reviews. Those would give you a broader understanding of that particular field that you want to be part of. All right, so you've decided what you're looking for, but then now there's so many articles out there that actually more or less deal with that research question or topic. Then the next step is to be able to make a decision, really a quick decision on, do I want to read this article or not, and be able to move forward to identifying an article that you can read on its entirety. So so you start with just taking the titles and the keywords, which are the things based on what you are looking for. That's what you'd on a Google Scholar or PubMed or any of the scientific article search engines, then search for the keywords, and when you find an article, then quickly read through the abstract, the summary, or more or less the introduction, and then the conclusion. So quick scheme of those aspects, then being able to identify, okay. So the first question, of course, if it doesn't contain your keywords, then you actually skip that and go to the next. But then if it contains your keywords, and having read the abstract summary and conclusion, then you ask yourself these particular questions. Does it contain clear-cut aims and objectives, well-defined research hypotheses, and conclusion being really clear and precise? So if that is true, and it contains the kind of information that you're looking for, then you can now move forward to reading that article in its entirety. So you see, reading is a useful skill to acquire, and reading is really good, and reading many articles is a good thing, but reading the right articles is even more important, because you would be getting the information that you're actually looking for. So as you develop a reading culture, develop also a culture of being able to identify as quickly as possible what to read, articles that are actually important, that actually would give you the information you're looking for. And that's actually a really important skill to acquire. So having identified the article that you want to read in its entirety, then choose a reading approach. And the best approach that I feel and I use myself is the 3-pass approach, and which is ideal for reading an entire paper. Most of the items there would cover the different steps that, especially when you're just trying to identify the paper, then you could use the first pass, which gives you a general idea about the paper. That first pass is what you used to identify actually that particular paper. And that just gives you a general idea. What is this paper all about? And then now move on to the second pass, which lets you grasp the paper's content, but you're not really focused on the details. You're more interested on the content of that paper. And I'll talk about these different steps in more detail in the next few slides. And then the third pass now is when you want to understand the paper in depth, and actually to the level that you can be able to reproduce even the approach, the methodology, and even being able to discuss the results, get your own interpretation into it. And I think that's the aspect that involves the critiquing of that particular paper and just being able to reproduce it in your work. So I've linked there some presentation that you can, I'll share the slides will be shared and you can have a look at that. But I want to go through these steps in from the first step to the last step, and just being able for us to explore these various ideas. And I've linked also where you can find this infographic that actually talks about how to read. And that first step is skimming, just being able to give it a read through from the beginning to the end. And at this first stage, you read the abstract in its entirety. So sometimes this concept is called AIC. So you read the abstract, you read the introduction, and then you read the conclusion. And you're most interested in just the big picture. You read the title, keywords, abstracts, and then you just identify the key findings of that. Then quickly scan the article without taking notes. You're not interested in being able to remember, but just being able to understand what this whole article is all about. Focusing on headings and sub-headings. Those would give you more or less a general, because most of the headings would be the major findings within those subheadings. So you'll be able to understand what are they talking about, what are the key findings here that this paper is presenting. And then having a look at things like when was this published, and it's really important if you want to, you are interested in current research, what's actually recent within your field, and then identify any terms and parts that you don't understand. And these are the things that you would be more focused on when it gets to the next tables, the second pass. So this second pass is the read it. Now you want to understand it in depth, and you want to identify what was the problem that they were trying to solve in this paper. Are the findings well supported by evidence? That's really important. As you read it, you understand the problem, then you look at the findings and be able to note, are they supported by evidence? And this is where in the next step, you'll be looking at the figures and tables in more depth. But here you want to see if the findings that they've provided are being supported by the evidence that they've actually also provided. Are the findings unique and supported by other works in the field? So within the discussion, they're having a look at that and how they are able to situate what they have found to what is in the current literature and information within the field. And then, of course, looking at the statistical aspects like the population size, sample size, and so forth. And being able to just identify, are they extrapolating their conclusions beyond what the sample actually would support? And then can you be able to repeat that study? Can you be able to replicate that and so forth? So these are the number of things that you would be focused on when it comes to second stage of the reading, which is the second pass. Now you are more interested in reading this paper in depth, and you've given it a thorough second pass. And within this reading, you have this question at the back of your mind that would help you be able to identify the key aspects that you should be looking for. And also within the second pass, it would also be informed by what you're looking for. So given the particular question, if you are looking for, you're going to discuss your results, then you would actually be looking for specific information here, and you would be, based on those questions that you already have, then you'll be able to look for literature that supports that. And then the third pass now is interpretation. And here is where you examine the graphs, the tables really carefully. And here you want to interpret the data even without looking at the captions, without even going back to the discussions and the results, but just being able to, based on just the figures and the result and the tables, can you be able to interpret the data? Remember, during the first and the second pass, you were able to identify the questions. You are able to identify the questions and the problems and the objectives and so forth. Then within this step now, you are, with us in mind, then you are looking at interpreting those graphs and tables based on that. And the graphs would be the figures also. And then when reading the discussion of the results, then you can be able to look for the key issues and the new findings that they have identified in the study. And then, of course, having done all that, make sure you can tease out the main points. If you cannot do that at this point, then you really have to go back and reread again the whole text, unless the article is not well written. So, but at this point, I want to pause a little bit, and there's one thing that I want to highlight here is that the approach that we use for reading is really different. It differs from person to person, it differs from based on what you're trying to do. Some would take the approach of the first pass, of course, read the abstract, read the introduction and the conclusion. And then in the second pass, just read the figures, go through the figures and the tables and its caption, and being able to see if you can be able to fully interpret and understand the results. Someone else would just go straight to the methodology based on what they want to achieve. So quickly, just within on the chat, which approach do you use when you are reading? How do you go about your reading? Do you use this three-pass approach, or do you go straight to reading it wholesomely? And remember, that doesn't include a paper that your supervisor has recommended for reading, because if that's a recommended paper from your supervisor as part of the core literature to be able to understand the research topic, then for that you really go straight to all the phases that you are required. Just being able to read through, quickly understand, then reread, interpret, and then now being able to summarize it. That's actually the ultimate summarizing and critiquing that article. So quickly on the chat, I want to see if there's any comments there on how you go about, how do you read? The second thing that I want to say is that I've said that we all have different approaches, but what's important is you really need to have a plan. So just having a plan is really important than just the approach itself is good, but just the mere fact that you have a plan that you use when it comes to reading, then that would actually be a win. So I am not seeing any comments, so I think I will just go to summarizing and then let Lyndon continue on the next section. So you have read through the whole article, and I haven't talked about the aspect of taking notes, highlighting, and so forth. This is now the point where all the other tools that you require for reading. So are you someone who likes to read hard copy? Are you someone who just reads using your PDF reader? Do you use a reference manager like Medley, where you can be able to highlight, add comments and so forth, and highlight in different colors and so forth? So it's really important to choose a platform for reading that contain all your papers, and that you can be able to build a library, your own library. So in addition to just going online and searching for articles, it's important to build your own library for any particular topic. So take notes, of course, that cannot be overstated. If you're working on a printed or even just using reference manager, being able to comment, use different colors to mark it and so forth, and just being able to summarize the content based on a number of questions. So having read through, gone through the three steps, then try and describe the article in your own words. And being able to do that would determine how well you've understood the content that you've been reading, and being able to distill to its scientific essence. So what are they trying to figure out? What did they find to the scientific essence? And then now all the key points that you could identify from this article. And at that point, you really want to be accurate. You want to summarize it to a level that someone can be able to understand what your summary without even having a look at the original article. So these are the key points, and during the breakout session, you will be focused on just reading the article that we shared and asking this particular question and trying to answer the questions. What's the purpose of the study? What questions were asked? And being able to identify the questions, then you'd be able to figure out the approach, clearly identify the approach that they use, and determine whether that approach is sound and would be able to answer those particular questions. Did they make any assumptions in their approach? And then, of course, through the approach that they used, what were the major findings? What did they find based on that particular approach? Did you expect that? What surprised you, or what struck you as really interesting from that? And of course, at the very end, what questions remain unanswered? Were they able to identify that, okay, this is as far as we've gotten, but there are questions that remain unanswered, and these are considered to be future directions within that space. And those questions that remain unanswered would be really important, especially if you are trying to identify ideas, project ideas. Those are the questions that answering that question would lead you, or would be an approach that you can use to generate project ideas. And so In the next session, we'll just summarize the article using those points above and be able to identify the key points, identify findings, and be able to, in the end, having summarized, then at that point, you can be able to move to the next step of being able to critique. So thank you so much for your attention. I think I've seen a number of comments that have come in. And so quickly, so we still have around, still have a bit of time. So I'll quickly go through a bit of what you've highlighted here. So I've seen various methodologies. I'll start from Jess. I usually start with the first pass by looking at the abstract, then go straight to the figures, and then try to see if their research was properly done. That's a really good approach as well. First, I read the title. Secondly, the summary. Then I decide to read the whole paper. But if I'm already familiar with the topic, I go straight to the methods and then the results and the conclusions. And I think Kevin has raised a really important point there. So it depends also on how new the particular field is to you. So if you're dealing with a field that you have all the bases, you understand the field really well, then you would really need to have a look at the introduction. You would be interested in those last paragraph, the last paragraph within the introduction, being able to identify what's the research question that you're trying to answer and what's their hypothesis and so forth. And then what's the gap? The gap you more or less already understand, but you'd be looking for what's the gap, what their question was, their hypothesis. And then now generally a quick summary of their results would be covered also there, and then go straight to the methodology. So in a field that you are highly familiar with, then the methodologies would be, if it's something that, especially if the method that they are using is new, then you'd be interested in that. Otherwise, you'd be more or less interested in the results, which means you'd go straight to the figures. Gendaim, abstract methodology, then jump all the other sections, jump over all the other sections, okay. Abstract introduction conclusions, that's for Michael, and then methods and results, then read the whole paper. That's a good approach. Okay, Innocent, abstract methodology, then results, then a little bit of discussion and conclusion. So you're more interested, more focused on the methodology and the results, and just gloss over the results and discussion and conclusion. And then Michael raises the fact that mainly works for reading and having folders of different topics in the manager, and that's important. I do that as well. Then Suba, I usually start with the abstract, introduction, then results. But if I'm only interested in methodology, I go straight there. But I actually was using the 3-pass approach for studying exams, but I think I'll be using it to the papers, and that's actually important. I'm glad you highlighted that. Abstract from Eric, abstract, conclusion, discussion, introduction, methodology, and results. That's an interesting approach. So you start abstract, conclusion, then the discussion, then you start more or less working your way back, okay? Then first read is soft copy, and then second read is hard copy for more in-depth. And it's personal preference here, especially depending on what works best when it comes to being able to internalize the concepts. So thank you all for the amazing comments and really being able to share with us the approach that you use when it comes to reading. So with that, I'll let Lyndon take over the next part, which refers to, which focuses on being able to critique the scientific articles. So thank you for your attention and being quite engaging. Lyndon, the floor is yours. Unless there are questions on that are specific to this particular portion of the presentation. Okay, so thank you all. Lyndon, please go on.
Okay, thanks. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be talking a bit about critiquing an article. First, I'll go over what that actually means, and then we'll go through sort of a formal way of doing it. So when we think about what is critiquing an article, what does that entail? It's really about critically reading the article. In this case, we're focusing specifically on research articles, but you can really critique any sort of article out there, a journalist article, an opinion piece. It's open for your critique. And during that reading, what you're trying to do is to identify the strong and weak sides of the specific piece. You're trying to assess how well the author interprets their resources and just reflect on the overall validity and effectiveness of the arguments the author is making or the claims the author is making. So in some aspects, I would say critiquing is almost a daily part of being a researcher. I think we actually do this almost every day, despite the fact that we're not putting the word critique to it, or we're not really aware that we're critiquing an article, but we're always trying to find out new information, especially when we're conducting our research for MSc and PhD, and then we're really trying to see what the authors did right and what they did wrong. And sometimes they also highlight what they did wrong within their studies. So some of the prerequisites for conducting a critique is really critical thinking, and you must have some knowledge about the subject or the topic or the research article that you're critiquing. You don't want to come from a place of ignorance or place of you've never done any background research on this particular topic. You need to have some background experience, and you need to have a point of view. I think perspective is quite important when delivering a critique. So you need to know what your principles are, especially if you're commenting or critiquing an opinion piece. Hold on. Okay. So initially I had the slide at the end, but I thought before we go into this process that I'm going to show you on how to critique an article, it's really important for you to know why, or it's really crucial for you to know why it's important that you even have to do this. So it's a critical skill for any researcher. It's an important tool in your toolbox because it allows you to learn from others, really. Usually when we start out our thesis or our MSc or PhD study, what we try and identify is first look at similar studies that have been conducted to see what are the crux of the methodology and how people actually conduct the analysis to get to their findings. So when you're critically reading those articles, it allows you to improve your own research and allows you to avoid protocol pitfalls, some things that they may have done or may not have considered, but then found out it really influenced the results. You get a chance to correct that when you are critically reading those articles before you've started your methodology. It also allows you to collate and distinguish between similar studies. So this is quite important when you are conducting systematic reviews or meta-analyses or normal literature reviews. Sometimes we think, or we tend to conclude that the only reason for differences between studies or different findings between similar studies are because it's in different populations, but sometimes it may just be limitations in the study designs that people employed or other types of critical methodology points that they tended to miss when trying to replicate studies. And then it also becomes a skill later in your research career when you start to become reviewers of other papers. So then you need to be able to critically evaluate these papers, and it really helps to ensure that published papers are of a specific standard. So I heard Taone earlier say that she just got back, or they just got back feedback from a published or submitted paper. And like she said, it usually comes back with a lot of comments. And it's sometimes difficult to sift through all those comments, but really when you're writing an article, you don't always think about all these critical things that people may think about. And so I'm going to highlight some of those things that people think about when they're critiquing your paper. So I'll be discussing or going through a simple 4-step process, simple. Simple depending on your level of knowledge in the field that you're reading the articles can sometimes become very difficult. But hopefully this will serve as a nice guideline for you or when you are critiquing your papers or when you are writing up a literature review. These 4 steps you may actually find them quite useful. So first, you read through the article. So Caleb just went through reading the article. I'm not going to revisit that. But it's important that you fully understand the information that you're ingesting. You fully understand what the paper was trying to do, how they did it, and what their findings were. And while reading I'm just admitting some people, while reading the comments, it's crucial to consider these following questions because this is really what's going to be informing your critique. So you want to think about, is the author an expert in the field that they're conducting this research, and why are they expert? Sometimes the first author may not be the expert, but the supervisor, who is usually the last author, they may be the expert. So consider both the first and last author. You're thinking about what is the author's thesis or hypothesis. These are a lot of the questions that you also think about when you're writing the summary. So then you also think about who is the target audience. That's more specifically when you're thinking about opinion pieces. Usually the target audience for a research article will be quite similar to the researchers themselves. Then, are the arguments presented by the author valid? Are there any logical fallacies in the author's viewpoint? And is the conclusion clear and logical? Is the article clear and logical? Is actually, I would rephrase that because the entire article needs to be clear when you're reading it. Okay, so then you start collecting proof. This will be the backbone, the proof you're collecting here will be the backbone of your critique. So we start simple and then we go into more detail. First, you are looking for just formal logic or logical errors or logical fallacies. So because we write research or research articles are generally written in a very objective and logical way, they usually don't contain logical fallacies. You find that more in opinion pieces, but some of the logical fallacies that you can encounter is correlation versus causation. So when a researcher claims A causes B because you see when A increases, B increases, but that may not be the actual case. A may be responsible for something else increasing, and that one may be the actual direct cause of B increasing, or it's just a coincidence. Coincidences also do happen within the real world as well. And then also wishful thinking. So that would be an example of that would be when someone claims their research will change the way in which HIV is being treated in South Africa. Very broad statements that really have no evidence to back it up. So those are the two you might encounter quite often in research articles. Then you're going to search for any biased opinions in the article. Again, this will happen more in opinion pieces because that's usually from someone else's perspective, and research articles are a bit more objective. But do evaluate the language used throughout the article to see, does the researcher have a preconceived idea of how the research is going to turn out, and do they play on that throughout the text from the introduction to the results? Then you want to take consider how the author interprets other texts. So have a look at some of the resources and have a look specifically at the way the author references them. So when they're writing a sentence or a statement and they're referencing a specific resource, does that resource actually say the same thing? Is that resource primary? So was that research conducted in that resource? Was it secondary? Was it a review conducted of the original research? Usually you want a good mix of primary and secondary, and you want the author to actually interpret the original findings correctly. And then finally, you want to consider the research methods. So again, some of these questions came up when you were summarizing the article, but you're thinking again about how is the design of the study? Are there any errors in the design? Was there a control group? Is a control group necessary for the type of study that you're doing, that they were doing? Were there any sample size issues and statistical errors? And then what impact does the research have on society, or what value does it add to the field? You'll find that, sorry, you'll find that when you receive feedback from a submitted article that you want to publish, they'll always start with a background and say how your research is significant to the field. So that's quite important, because the structure I'm going to show you is very similar to how you would get feedback from a published article or submitted article for publishing as well. So yeah, then from step 3, you've collected your evidence, you've read the paper first of all, and then you collected your evidence. So now you're going to start formatting your paper, and then you're going to go through these different sections, and you're actually writing your critique the same way you would write a general research article. Just the main difference would be that you have both a background and an introduction. So I've linked a template in here, and I will share this, we will share this presentation afterwards. So this is like a nice way of summarizing what the original author actually tried to accomplish. So that will be your background, basically the summary of the study. And then you'll go through each section of the submitted publication or the publication that you're critiquing, and actually critique each section on its own. So now we'll go through those 4 sections: introduction, methods, results, and discussion, and think about some of the questions that you would ask when you are critiquing that section. Okay, so this is a really nice resource. It has a bunch of questions that you can ask about the entire, or about each section of the introduction. And if I'm thinking about what Nikki presented earlier, the way you can think about it is really, is the in the beginning and the then and the but and the what you're doing, what my research is doing, is that clearly explained within the author's introduction? Do you have a clear understanding of what the problem is, what the problem was at the beginning, how the problem evolved, what the researcher is trying to address with their research? So that's the main question that you're trying to identify in the introduction. Something else you want to think about is really when they're adding evidence to back up the in the beginning and their then, are those references relevant? Are they primary references again? Are they secondary references? And how well did the author interpret those references? So really about how clear the introduction is coming across and how clear the objectives are coming across. They have a section here highlighted hypothesis, but really in more recent publications, you won't find researchers actually stating the hypothesis like that. They'd more so highlight aims and objectives. So are their aims and their objectives clear, and do you know what they're trying to test, and do you know what the impact or reason is for them trying to test that? Then there's the method section. The method section is usually the section that gets the most critiqued by reviewers when you submit an article. And this is also the section that you really want to pay attention to, because the methods are really what influences results and really what influences different findings, even though studies are similar. So you want to consider almost everything, I want to say. If we go through these different sections highlighted in the screenshot, you can see, first think about the subjects. Are they representative? How was sampling done? Did the user use volunteers? And if they did use volunteers, how did they ensure that those volunteers were representative? What's the size, and is the size adequate? Usually for a whole genome sequencing project or a GWAS study, the more tests you're running, the bigger your sample size needs to be. You can't have 100 samples for a GWAS study. So those types of things. So is the sample size really appropriate for what they're doing? Then also thinking about the instruments, are they validated? Are the protocols they're using standardized, and how did they change? Is it clearly explained how they changed or adapted those standardized protocols? And also study design and procedure. So is their study design sound? How did they adapt an existing study design? Sometimes you get case control studies, but these days you also get studies where they look at continuous variables such as height. So then you can't really have controls. But how do they distinguish, or what the analysis that they're doing, is that appropriate for looking at a continuous variable such as height? Okay, and then we go to the results and the discussion. These can usually be looked at the same time, or you can also do them separately, but here you're really thinking about how are the results represented? Do the graphs make sense? Do the tables make sense? Do they clearly illustrate what the author is trying to illustrate to you? Again, did the analysis, the analysis that was conducted, was it appropriate to generate those results? Are the significance values represented, and sorry, were they appropriate, the values that were selected? Then also in the discussion, is the reader relating, or the author relating their findings back to their original objectives clearly? Are they highlighting their limitations? Are they making any recommendations for the future? And are they really discussing the impact of their research? So in both cases, you want everything to be quite clear and be transparent about your limitations, because if you're not transparent about your limitations, the critiquer will highlight those. They will discover it. It's their job, and then they will point it out. So it's always good to highlight limitations of a study. So yeah, that's the process. If you've got any questions about that process, please pop them in the chat. But I do want to leave you with these key takeaways. So reading and summarizing and critiquing, there's no right or wrong way to do those things. We all do them a bit differently. We have our own ways of doing these things. But I think the important part of this presentation is really considering these guidelines, because they may aid you. It may be useful for you to critique a couple of research articles when you're actually writing up a literature review, because then you're actually summarizing the work and you get to immediately see what the differences were between the studies and what the pitfalls were of the studies, and you can highlight that in your research, in your literature review. So those things are quite important and crucial for every researcher, especially someone who wants to be in academic research long into the future. So yeah, that was my presentation. If you've got any questions, please pop them in the chat. Let me just stop sharing.
Thank you so much for that, Lyndon and Caleb. Fozia saying, thank you, Lyndon, relevant talk. And yeah, it's time for question and engagement and answers. We still have a bit of time, well, 10 minutes before the next session. And I don't know if you want to ask questions before we move on to the next session.
So I'll also just speak a bit about what we'll do in session 2 of this session, of the read, summarizing, and critiquing before we go on to Amal and Chris, if that's okay, Pabalo.
Yes, that's definitely okay. Sure.
So 2 people did ask for the slides, so we'll share all the slides with Pabalo so we can share it with you. Maybe we'll share a link in the chat box. So in the next, after Amal and Chris are done speaking, we shared with you a research article. And what we're hoping for you to do is we'll go into our breakout rooms again like yesterday. And what we'll ask each group to do is try to write a summary of the article. And then you won't have time to do a full critique of an article, obviously, because it's quite a lot of work. But maybe if you did notice some points of critique, you can highlight that below your summary. So we can see if any members found out any flaws in the article. And an important thing to note is, like I said, there's no right or wrong way. There's no right or wrong answers with your critique. If you didn't find something clear, then it's important to highlight that. Something else to note is sometimes you might not find any flaws because this is a published article. So it's gone through the peer review process and it's gone through people highlighting all the flaws in the study design and the methodology. So sometimes it might not be that easy to actually find those errors as well. But I think Caleb will share a link and we can all add our summaries and critique points within that link. So we'll do that in the next session.
Lyndon, thanks, Lyndon. I think there's a question on, is there something like tone of critiquing? And before you answer, you think about that also. When it comes to critiquing, it's not just also the negative things, but also just being able to identify those strength points. So if you don't find any weakness, you can be, okay, these are all really good articles. The project they used here was really clever and really innovative. Just be able to identify also those additional aspects there. So Lyndon, can you speak to the aspect of if there's a tone when it comes to critiquing? There's a question from Mike.
Yes, sure. That's a good question, and that's an amazing point you're highlighting, which I forgot to touch on actually, Caleb. Thank you. So it's important you're not just highlighting the flaws and the limitations of a study or the pitfalls of a protocol. You're also actually highlighting their strengths and seeing what they did well. And that's important when you're actually doing a critique. You can't, in the background section, you will highlight both limitations and strengths. So you start with your background, it's very objective. You highlight both strengths and limitations. When you're going into specific sections, you'll specifically highlight things that the author can improve upon. So those won't necessarily have the strengths. The strengths will be captured within the background, but always be very objective. Do not undermine the author's knowledge or experience. And what's nice is, especially when you're receiving critique from a place where you submitted your publication, the authors will ask, or the reviewers will ask you, did you think about this? Was this considered in the methodology? So not just stating it as you did this wrong, you did this wrong, you did this wrong, but actually just raising the question, was this considered? Sometimes a point that you find to critique, like you may say they didn't consider sample size, and that would be, you would think that would be an appropriate critique, but then the researcher actually has quite a good answer for why they didn't do it. So you don't just want to say they did a bunch of things wrong and do it that way, but you really want to highlight things and ask them, did they consider those things within their research?
So we welcome questions and also just contributions, if there are any additional contributions. But if not, Babalo can take it away. I think I've seen Chris and Mel ready for the next session. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you so much to Caleb and Lyndon for that. I'm just looking at time and wanting to make sure that I don't overwhelm everybody who's attending in terms of like not giving you a break. Is everybody still fresh to go on to the next session, or do you want like a 5-minute breather? Just to make sure. So I just want to know, do you want to continue now, or should I give you a bit of a break? Can someone indicate something? Otherwise, I'll decide. It's a chance for you to vote. What do you think we should do? Should we? Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. So come back at like 2:18. That's okay. So like you can grab water or stretch your legs, and come back, and we'll have Chris and then Amel and Fozia obviously will introduce them as we know. So just take a bit of 5 minutes and be back at 2:18 p.m. CAT. Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from the little break. Thank you, Saba, for answering when I asked this, everybody here. I'm glad that you guys are back. It's been obviously very interesting 2 days. We have the last 2 sessions now are left for the day and for the whole scientific communication workshop. And we thought as the organizers in the background that it would be good to know, okay, you're gonna learn how to write, how to critique, how to present, how to write an abstract and stuff like that. But what are you gonna do with those skills? What's out there in the world? And we've been actually very privileged to have 2 doctors, Dr. Chris Fields and Dr. Amel Gula, who are both in America at the moment, which is super early at the moment. And I just want to say, before we even begin, thank you so much for when I asked you to say, we are running this workshop, are you willing to come and give your time? And you were very enthusiastic in joining us, and I'm really grateful. And I'm sure the students are going to appreciate that as well. So it's not in vain that you are waking up early to join us. We are really grateful for that. I'm just going to let Fozia to introduce the both of you, and then you can begin. Fozia?
Okay, thanks, Pabalo. Welcome to Amel and Chris. So I will introduce both of them because they will be our last trainers for the last session. So I will start by Amel, ladies first. So Dr. Amel Gouila is supports the coordination of the Gates Foundation program in Africa and India and Brazil, a program aiming at building data science competencies while leveraging existing data to answer complex public health problems in mix. Amel has a background in computer sciences with a PhD in bioinformatics from the University of Montpellier. She previously worked for the Pan-African Bioinformatics Network, H3Africa, supporting researchers and their projects while developing bioinformatics and data science capacity through Africa. Dr. Amel is an open science and open education advocate who dedicates time for designing curricula, organizing training, and leading engaging discussions. She was awarded an Open Science Fellows from the Mozilla Foundation and was nominated as one of the 15 people who are making the internet of a better place. She is also involved in a number of international efforts to address ethical issues and challenges posed by digital technologies in public health. Amel is also the vice president for the African Society of Bioinformatics and Computational Biology, as ICB, and the defender for Techno Innovation Tunisia. The non-profit is dedicated to teaching young girls coding and entrepreneurial skills while addressing challenges in their communities as part of the Global Technologies Challenge Program. So now I will introduce Dr. Christopher Fields, who is the Associate Director for HPCBU at the University of Illinois, Urban-Champaign. He focuses is developing infrastructure within the HPCBU group for genome analysis. This includes high-through analysis workflows for whole genome data processing and analysis, implementing and developing self-contained pipelines such as Maker and EnterproScan, and developing custom solutions based on the project's particular needs. So welcome to both Amel and Christopher, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. So we'll both, Amel and I both give a talk. Mine's going to be very general, which is going to be discussing soft skills or identifying transferable skills that you have, and being able to identify not just those that you have strengths in, but where you can identify weaknesses in your soft skill set and how to strengthen those. These also will be applicable to different career paths. So it's good to think about what kind of skill sets you currently have and what your long-term career paths are going to be, because they do vary a bit. And Amel and I, we both have backgrounds. I'm working as director of HPC Bio, which is a bioinformatics core at the University of Illinois. Amel works for Bill and Melinda Gates, and actually we have different career paths that you would expect from, let's say, the traditional academic career path. So questions I'm sure will pop up about, what are the alternatives to just doing the academic route. So I think that, let's see if I can click on here. Okay, overview. So what I'm going to talk about is what is a transferable skill, and some examples of transferable skills that you can think of. I'll also at the very end have an exercise sheet where you can identify transferable skills that you have to think about, where you could possibly improve or to think about what you can use to cultivate some of your current soft skills. I'll also discuss a little bit about the academic route in case you do choose to go that route for your career path. So transferable skills is just simply a skill it's something you've acquired, something you can take with you from job to job. It's not something necessarily when you're a PhD, you're working in a very specific research area on a very specific project. If you work in a different academic setting, you might work in the same general field, but you will work on a different project. And so these are things that you can easily transfer. You want something like personal skills or team building skills or so forth. But it's also something that you want to use to increase your ability to win a job. And it really depends on where you want to go. So there's a large group of people here, and you will want, you may want to go the academic route, but if there's industry positions, government positions, law, others, there's a huge range in career paths that's going to be open to you once you are wrapping up. And some skills work best in some career paths more than others. So it's good to think about these things, especially towards when you're trying to wrap up your research credits and research career, so that you think about that next step. So these are going to be grouped into examples or sort of general groupings, and I'll go through each one of these pretty quickly. But to give you an idea of things to think about. And there's a great paper here. I got a link here at the bottom, and I think I actually have the files, the actual articles for these as well. So if we have a shared Google Drive where I could post the slides and everything, I can post those there. So my phone's going off in the background. Twitter apparently is going nuts. So people skills. How well do you work with other people? I mean, it's not just about team building, it's about your interactions with others. And in particular, within group settings, you may have to work with difficult people. And you have to think about how you navigate those particular waters and how well you coordinate with different personalities within a group. And it's not just about being a team player, but it's also about just getting across the point that you can be an independent researcher as well, and that you can convey your results. This also goes into communication skills. So being able to get across your research ideas to others, and you're getting it across in a way that person can understand them. It's not just being able to talk to somebody, it's also being able to listen. So if somebody has a contrary idea or a thought, being able to listen to their ideas and interpret them correctly so that you can have a discussion back and forth about whatever particular topic it is. And this could be a particular research topic that's important. And this is part of team building. Negotiation skills. Can you strike a deal? So can you compromise if it comes to a particularly hard discussion? So can you come to a middle ground? Are you considered diplomatic? And also in a team building setting, you may not be the person that is directly interacting with somebody that is that you're having an argument with, but you may be able to negotiate agreements within a group. So it's good to have that particular skill set because especially in larger teams where there might be a huge range of opinions about how to tackle a project, it's good to have those skills. Business, can you deal with a budget? I could say that from a PI perspective that I would like to be a little bit better at doing the month-to-month budget, and that's just the way it is. It's good to have the skill set and develop the skill set and know that if you don't have that particular skill, to cultivate it. So in my case, we're working with the groups on campus to develop the budgetary skills for my use case. Are you able to adequately estimate time for work, which is also really critical for our core costs. So in the bioinformatics core, you have time is money, and you want to be able to estimate cost accurately so you can capture back the time and the costs that you have to pay for salaries. Creative and strategic thinking. Are you a problem solver? Do you like solving problems? I think that in the bioinformatics realm, I think everyone might fall into this category. So, you really like to think seriously about a problem and what kind of experiments can you use to generate results to try to solve a particular issue. Can you do it in an expedient manner? In other words, you don't have to do it in a number of different ways. How do you tackle complex problems, which is what we do in research all the time? And how well do you actually tackle that? When is enough to actually say, okay, I think we have enough information here to justify a final conclusion to a complex problem? Time management, which is really critical in this area, especially for the kind of work that we do in our core. Can you juggle multiple tasks? Are you able to take on multiple things at a time, and can you apportion those tasks? Can you work on those independently? And can you do them based on time and salary commitments? So when you estimate time on a project, can you actually get an accurate estimation of that? Motivation and commitment. Do you show enthusiasm for your career choice? Are you happy in what you do? Are you able to commit the time and resources to get the job done? Are you able to, if somebody says it's going to take 16 hours to do this, are you going to actually have the 16 hours to get it done? Can you bring out these qualities in others? So is it something that you can, if somebody is really wanting to join your group and they're not happy, is there a way that you can help motivate them to bring out those qualities so they can actually enjoy their career path? And this is actually kind of a bit leadership skills. A lot of these points in here are really kind of under this leadership skills. But if you can convey happiness to somebody on their motivation and commitment, then that's a pretty awesome leadership skill. Personal image and self-awareness. Although this is the time of COVID, so I could say being here at 7 in the morning in Illinois, that I'm not in my pajamas. I could say that I'm actually dressed, but personal image and self-awareness is very important. So you do want to make sure that you're presentable. I think the only thing I haven't done is I probably haven't shaved enough in the last year, and that's about it. But you really have to have the confidence to take up a new challenge, and part of that is your appearance. So when I meet with people on a daily basis via Zoom, even though it might be from my office at home, I have to at least look like I'm doing okay. So confidence is a big issue, and imposter syndrome is very real. There's some great articles about imposter syndrome, which is that you're just not adequate enough to do the job that you're tasked with doing, and I can say that everyone suffers probably from a certain degree of this. So it is a real thing, but it also is something to acknowledge that people everywhere have this issue, and that and that there are real solutions to actually dealing with it. Okay, so the academic route, a few additional items to consider if you're going into academia. If you really want to go into these are things that aren't actually transferable skills, but points to keep in mind if you want to pursue an academic career. And there's a great article from Tuli Lapalainen from the New York Genome Center from this trainee to tenure track, 10 tips. This is actually for 2015. It's a little old, but actually all these are pertinent points to keep in mind. The academic career path is hard. And so you really have to work hard to actually get it done. You really have to enjoy what you like if you want to go on this path. But it's good to also, when you're doing this, have fun, do work for your research, actually publish and get it done. If you're doing a research project, try to actually get it to completion and write it up. Networking is extremely important, as you might guess. Choosing your area of expertise, joining a great lab, building a diverse skill set, challenging yourself, be brave, persistent, and patient. And I put this one in the middle for some reason, but have a life. It's extremely important to have an outside life as well as work in the lab. Don't just make your entire life about your research. A few more links, points of interest here. So this is the 10 simple rules of considering a career in academia versus government. It's good to note that there are different career paths. And this one is about staff scientists is really important. Staff scientists are really kind of coming up as a point of interest, another career path where you can work essentially as like a core researcher in some major centers around the world. And we're starting to see more and more of these careers opening up. So this might be an alternate career path to look into in the future. And if there are any questions, I think we have an exercise. I have a PDF file, which I'll drop into the chat, but I'm going to let Amel talk first about transferable skills in relation to data science. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Amel.
Sure, thanks, Chris. Let me try to share my screen.
Stop the share.
Great, can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris, and thank you guys for the invitation. It's really great to be here. So as Chris mentioned, I'll be talking a little bit. We both have different career paths, and mine was quite a non-linear path. And as Chris mentioned, I'll be talking a little bit about some of the transferable skills in connection to data science, but also share a couple of personal experiences with you that sort of allowed me to acquire some skills in an unexpected way. And so, as Fozia mentioned, I previously worked for H3 Bionet. I was based at Institut Pasteur of Tunis, and then relocated to the US, where I'm currently managing a data science for public health program focusing on maternal, newborn, and child health. So this program is basically in 3 different regions: Africa, India, and Brazil. And so we work with data scientists and public health experts, but also different stakeholders in these different regions in order to leverage existing data sets to try to answer questions related to maternal and child health. And we also work a lot on, beyond the specific research questions, we work a lot on building a strong community of a multidisciplinary, strong community working together to think about ways to make impact on the ground and influence policies. So the reason why I spent a little bit of time talking about that was basically to mention that although we are really focusing on solving very particular research questions related to maternal and child health, We work also a lot with people looking at different social determinants, people working and collecting administrative health data, and basically connecting all these different players to try to understand the bigger picture. And so basically when you're tackling a scientific problem, you're looking at it both using your specific lenses, which are basically your expertise and your past experiences, but also you are in general tasked to look at a very specific angle. But in reality, to understand the bigger picture and answer research questions in a way to improve lives and change things. I think being able to understand the bigger picture and look at it using different lenses and from different perspectives is really key to advance things and accelerate scientific finding. It might sound complex, but obviously you won't be able to understand the totality of the context and the totality of the problem, but collaborating with people who have different types of expertise and who understand different different parts of the problem is really key to solve these problems. So collaborations are really key, especially when you're working on bioinformatics or data science field. You can't really cover all the skills needed to understand and answer a research question. Then when you're doing bioinformatics and using data science methods to understand different types of data, it is really critical to make sure you understand what type of data you're working with, what type of problem you're trying to solve. And so it really depends on what you're working on, but quite often we're working with human data. We're dealing with medical data that is connected to humans, and thinking about who are these communities behind the data you're working on or behind the problem you're trying to solve is really key to make sure that you're doing science in a responsible way and being respectful to all the ethical aspects related to the data you're using. So it is really important to understand the context, but also try to be inclusive when you're designing tools and solutions to make sure you're not doing harm, but you're really solving the problem. And again, it is difficult to be able to look at the totality of the picture. That's why collaborations, again, are key. It is also great to, when you collaborate with others, either for a specific project or you collaborate with people on sort of other projects that are not necessarily connected to your very specific research project, like your PhD project or your postdoc project. It is great because it allows you to grow your scientific culture in a way, and it allows you to get out of your small scientific bubble and have a better understanding of the field in general. So I'm sharing here a few examples of communities that I really encourage you to take a look at and engage with. The African Society for Bioinformatics and Computational Biology is one of them. We do have a lot of communities of special interest groups that are focused on either infrastructure or agricultural bioinformatics or other topics. And it's really a great community where you can learn a lot from. But also connect with other people working on either similar topics or slightly different topics. There are other communities like the Open Life Science community, the Mozilla Open Science community via the Mozilla Festival. festival, the carpentries who ran a lot of data science and bioinformatics trainings all over the world. A great example of a bioinformatics community in Kenya is the Bioinformatics Hub of Kenya, where they do really organize a lot of meetups and a lot of really important discussions around either specific technical topics or topics related to data sharing, reproducible science, open science, etc. And when you join these communities in the beginning, it might be taking you a little bit out of your comfort zone, because you might be listening to topics that you're not really familiar with, like talking about the Mozilla open science community, for example. When I first connected with this community, there were discussions about data privacy, discussions about journalism and advocacy groups, and how do we protect personal data, the use of social media, etc. And at the beginning, it was slightly different from what I am used to listen to, from the types of conferences I used to attend, where it's mostly focusing on a very specific sort of bioinformatics topic, or and so it was a little bit uncomfortable in the beginning, but then it was a source of really joy for me, and a lot of people I managed to connect with are now collaborators or good friends I reach out to when I'm working on a project and I know that they can help with. Chris mentioned a lot of the sort of soft skills that you really need as a researcher to communicate with other team members, to communicate your work, to be able to make decisions, ability to access information and plan, etc. There are a lot of skills that you can learn on your own, but it is really important to identify your strengths, but also identify your weaknesses in order to work on improving them. And it might sound tricky, like thinking about improving these skills. Obviously, you can do so by interacting with people, attend such like a workshop like the one you're attending these last couple of days, etc. But finding a mentor can also be a great way to work on identifying these weaknesses, but also work on ways on how to improve things you think you should be improving. And I'm sharing here a link to a great note in Nature talking about how to write a good personal statement, because when you're applying for a job or a postdoc, people want obviously to learn about your scientific outputs, your scientific contributions, but in general, we also want to know who you are as a person and what you can bring to a team, especially again in bioinformatics and data science field, where there are a lot of collaborative efforts. And there are a lot of resources where you can also access information. For example, social media is a great resource to connect with people, learn about ongoing opportunities, but also maybe connect with a potential mentor, or also access to good piece of advice via blog posts, forums, etc. And lastly, I want to share a personal experience that is sort of slightly disconnected from the research field, but thinking back, I think it was one of the experiences that allowed me to acquire a lot of skills that are needed for researchers. For example, Chris mentioned budgeting, fundraising, communication skills, how to engage with public, how do you identify gaps, and how do you identify potential solutions, etc. And so About 4 years ago, I started a program in Tunisia looking at teaching young girls coding skills to solve community issues, and also teaching them to learn entrepreneurship skills so that they learn how to market tools that they're building. And the reason why I started this was basically in a networking event. I heard this person talking about such a program that she was running in Canada. And in the beginning, coming back to Tunisia, people were like, do you think this is going to work in Tunisia? And I was like, yeah, I want to give it a try. And so basically I ended up running this program and managing it from scratch, hiring mentors who worked closely with the young girls, hiring people who worked on the management aspects, but also doing a lot of fundraising. And doing fundraising for this program taught me a lot about how do you structure your idea, how do you make a case and write something that is appealing and attractive to funders. And so I had a chance to run that for 5 years, and I spent time mentoring mentors for young girls. And that allowed me to sort of learn a lot of these skills, but also think about things that I really enjoy doing, like what makes me excited when I wake up in the morning. And so it was really great to, it was an eye opener and a great experience for me. So look for such opportunities and connect with communities around you. It might be really good to teach you other types of skills, but also allow you to think about what you enjoy doing. Obviously, all this, like talking about these different networks, there's different types of activities. It's obviously a lot of time commitment, right? But to Chris's point, it is important to try different things to find what you enjoy doing. But it is also good to sort of sit down at some point and try to do some exercise where you reflect on things that you're doing and think about what you enjoy and in a way connect the dots. And lastly, I want to invite you to check the African Conference for Bioinformatics that the African Society for Bioinformatics and Computational Biology is running in collaboration with ISCB. Obviously, it's going to be online this year, and the call for abstracts is still open. It is a great community of African bioinformaticians that I invite you to check and connect with. And I want to end up with this slide. I know, like with the current situation, we're all really working. Most of us are feeling isolated and feel like we're working in isolation, but there are a lot of ways to connect with people like we're doing today. For example, connecting online to run this training, and don't work on, really try to not be isolated, scientifically isolated. Talk about what you're doing, talk about your struggles. Do not hesitate to ask for help, but always make sure you take time to think about and assess the skills you acquired, but also others you want to learn. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Chris. Chris, do you want to go through the exercise? Thank you.
Yeah. And I was going to add one small thing, because I think it's important, especially with the time of COVID that we have, is that in the last year, we've been doing all of our work pretty much online, interacting remotely. But a number of the societies, ISCB, the Open Bioinformatics Foundation, which I'm part of, and others have seen that, especially with Open OEF, but other groups have seen that there's a much broader community out there than what we see in the States and what's in Europe and elsewhere. They know that there's a broad community out there, and I think that one of the positive aspects that if there is a positive aspect that can come out of the last year, One is that it's increased the sort of the global acknowledgement that these groups see that there's a much broader community of people out there than is immediately apparent, because now people are reaching out. So I think it's a good time to reach out to these communities because you know the knowledge that there are people in Africa, there are people in other countries that have these skills is there. I think it's just much more apparent because you're able to interact remotely where you couldn't do this very easily before. I'm going to drop a PDF. I'm going to attempt to do this into the chat, and hopefully it shares. Look, I guess it's shared everywhere. So everyone has access to this PDF. It's in the chat. This is a transferable skills profile and action planning. I'm going to open it up on my end and see if I can share the screen quickly. The general idea for this is to go through and let's see, share screen. Here we go. So the general idea for this is to go through, and this is a fairly general overview for transferable skills. The idea is that you can go through this document and identify specific transferable skills that we would consider to be in demand, and then look at the skills. You can kind of rate them from highest to lowest, and rate which ones you need to consider to develop. And so they'll have teamwork, written communication, spoken communication. And so you want to rate your level of competence and be honest about it. I mean, I would rate my budgeting here as somewhere in the mediocre range, but but this gives you an idea of where you can focus. And once you go through this entire sheet, it's actually fairly extensive, but it gives you also some clear ideas on not just where to focus, and you can also add additional skills in here if you have other ones that you want to focus on. Pick out the 5 which you feel you're the most confident and give evidence to support this, but it also suggests which is the 5 lowest and where you actually want to focus some skill development. So I would say walk through this, and then once you actually can score these, try to rate the highest and the lowest scores, and then think about ways that you can improve your skill sets. We're also open for questions if anything else comes up. I saw that Jess had a question earlier, but I think Mel, you may have addressed it.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Mel definitely did. Yeah, it just is very depressing being a bioinformatician during COVID. You know, it's very hard to meet people, and when you struggle a lot. You can't just turn to a colleague and be like, "How can I fix this?" You know, you have to send a whole email or go on Slack, and yeah. So no, this was a great talk. Thank you, guys.
One thing that I found in the last year that's really taken off is that there are numerous Slack channels actually that have sprung up. Slack and Discord, but primarily Slack, that people from online communities have used to talk about projects, discuss things. So the Bioconductor channel, Jason Williams, who runs Life Science Training, has a Life Science Training Slack channel, which is fairly active. There's that, if you're into workflow development, they have an NF Core and Gitter channel. So they have quite a bit going on in the field. It really depends on those interactions. And I think even if it's something that's a little bit more focused, you're actually talking to a community. I don't know, Mel, if you had any other additional thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think reaching out, like Slack channels are definitely a great idea, but also trying to connect with people who are in your lab, people you work with in general. I found a lot of comfort going back to some of the Mozilla community members during this crisis. It might sound obvious, but sometimes just remembering that all these are also human and struggling with the current isolation and situation. So it is also okay to talk about it. And some people might have tricks on how they better got things work. For example, you're struggling with a certain type of analysis that you want to do. It's easier when you're in the lab and you just go knock on the door next door and ask for help, but it's tricky now. But there are also ways where you can do that, like screen sharing, like few simple things that could really help you connect with people easily.
Did anybody have any additional questions? You can pop them into the chat.
I think there's someone raising their hand.
Let's see.
Oh, not anymore.
Vinny, there's
Vinny, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chris and Amel, for the wonderful presentation. But I just had a question, because sometimes for us, you know, PhD student, especially doing PhD in sometime in low and middle income country, I'm talking because I'm in Zimbabwe. I'm doing my PhD in Zimbabwe. Sometimes when you finish, is kind of maybe very difficult to know what's the next step when you really get that that PhD. So is there, like, using all this information that you guys have shared with us today, do you have any advice to, you know, to give us young scientists that are about to finish this thing, to know, you know, to try to think about the next step already? Thank you.
I don't know if you want to go first, Amel.
No, after you, go.
So I could, from my personal experience, because I'm working as a director in a bioinformatics course, so I'm obviously, you know, it's an interesting position because it's allied with an academic career, but it's not an academic career. I'm not a professor, and I'm actually not doing my own research. So it's a bit of a different path. And I actually started doing the academic path when I was a grad student. I initially thought about starting my own lab and doing my own research. And as a postdoc, I think what happened is that I started thinking about what I really wanted to do or like to do. And in my chosen path, I decided I liked working on computational questions. I didn't necessarily have a focus on any particular research area. And so a core position for me just seemed kind of a natural fit. I think it depends on what you like doing. That's really what it comes down to, what you think you're going to enjoy doing long term.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chris. That's helpful.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, just look for different types of opportunities that are out there and think about what could be a better fit for you, and start planning for that. Like, you might be interested in something that is, I'm going to say, more data science oriented, like more technical oriented. And so it's good to start thinking ahead of time, and looking at what is available in order for you to work towards that. But also, again, don't hesitate to ask for help. Like, let people know that you're interested in a specific type of postdoc or a specific type of positions, and don't hesitate to ask for help and recommendations. Like, even where can you look for postdoc opportunities in Zimbabwe, or if you're interested in other regions, it's always great to ask for recommendations as well.
Thank you, Amel. Thank you.
Great. Is there any other question?
I don't know, Pablo, did you want to, because I guess we're kind of going into the next session here fairly soon, right?
Yeah, I was looking at the time as well. So I think what I'll do then is I'll create the folder, Chris, for everybody, where all the trainers will put slides and whatever, and I'll then collate them and send them out to the students. So yes, for those that are asking for Chris and Amel slides, you'll get them. Okay, one last question, and then we can move on to the next section. I see, I saw a hand, Apungwa N. Ask your question.
Yes, hello, good day, Pablo. It's Apungwa Cornelius Intabe from Cameroon. Actually, I was going to ask the same question in line with the previous question that was asked from the lady from Zimbabwe. I'm also a PhD student for the TBGen project, but I apparently legal and social issues department, which apparently looks like most focus of the research so far have been on scientific and bioinformatics, but it's been so helpful to me on my own domain. So I was just going to ask the question for someone who is on the ethical and legal aspect, what other opportunities are there for them that they could start exploiting at a moment like this? Thank you.
So yeah, you may have to repeat the question for me unless Amel, did you understand it?
Yeah, I think what they said is that they're interested in the ethical and legal aspects and sort of want to find a job, a career opportunity that is related to that. There are obviously a lot of more and more interest on all the aspects related to data collection, data management, consents that do sort of regulate how the data is organized and used, etc. And there are in the majority, I don't want to say all of the research institutions department that are focusing specifically on that. So I would say look for such jobs in different biomedical research institutions, hospitals, in your region. And I don't know, Chris, if you have anything you want to add to that.
It's interesting because there are career paths that you can use. I know somebody, for instance, that's gone into looking at has gone into law. They're getting a JD on ethical issues surrounding bioinformatics data governance. But you know that's a very particular career path, and I think you'd have to search what opportunities you have in that domain. His was interesting in that he started out as initially actually as a patent officer. He worked in the U.S. Patent Office, and then he moved into a law firm doing consulting. And then they said, okay, well, why don't you, because you had this great interest in this, why don't we actually put you through law school, but have a focus on this? So there's a lot of opportunities. I think that the part of it is just trying to find that career path which you feel like you can focus on, and you know, not all of those opportunities obviously are going to be available everywhere, but it's definitely worth searching them out. I did see that there was a few other questions. I'm not sure about if we have time for all of them, but we could probably answer them offline.
You can answer like 2 of them. I think Lyndon has a question, and I think Irene as well. So you can answer like 2, and then we can move on to the session.
Okay. So one was a question on the ability, if you want to have a somewhat drastic career change, how would you negotiate that? I guess it depends on how drastic it is. But if it's something where, if you're talking about a career change where you're staying in the same general not academic field, but the same general field, if it was going from academic to industry, then you may have to start laying the sort of the foundation or path to say, okay, well, what do I need to know skill sets wise to work in that particular domain? Industry, you have to be much more flexible with your skills. You have to be able to work with different teams and switch projects fairly consistently, because it's all demanded or dependent upon what they need, not what you need. In a core setting, it's different. In a setting like what ML works in, it's very different. So I think that it depends on what particular career change it would be in that case. But I'd say start early and look at what you would need to know going into a different career path before and so you can explore, at least prepare for it.
Yeah, and that allows for the time you have in between as you prep for a sort of career change. It allows you to identify maybe projects or like ongoing projects that you can be part of that would allow you to build skills that might be needed for what's coming next for you. Like, for example, team management or project management. These are skills that might be needed as you transit from academia to, they're also needed in academia, obviously, but it really depends on which point in your career you're doing that transition. So to Chris's point, it's important to think about what is needed to sort of do that transition. And maybe we can take the last question. I see Lyndon has a question about the importance of social media and promoting yourself and your skills in terms of academia and science-related jobs. I'll take a stab at that, and then Chris, feel free to add anything.
Sure.
I really think that social media is important to build, like for personal branding in general, but it takes a lot of time. Like it is a commitment. So it is a commitment, but it's also, if you don't do it well, it can play the opposite effect that you're expecting, right? And so, I personally use social media a lot to connect with people, like follow people who work on interesting projects I know of, or institutions I'm interested in. I basically use it as a ghost. I call myself a social media ghost. Like I use information there, but I'm not super active. But yeah, it is important, but just to be careful about how you use it, because often what you share is public. So you have to ask yourself, what if anyone, like my supervisor, anyone else I know is going to see what I'm sharing, my social media profile. And then if you're okay with that, that's totally fine. But just remember that it's your public image in a way. Chris, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've kind of nailed it. Basically, that you have, I'm the same as Amel. I use social media. I'm on Twitter. I even have an Instagram account. But my position there is to kind of see what the sort of the zeitgeist is, what people are doing. I lurk, and I'm a ghost as well. I do interact a bit on social media, but not much, not like others that have a bigger name in the field who are very opinionated. But the problem with opinions is everyone has one. And so if somebody that contradicts you directly, or if you say something that's controversial on social media, it can sometimes come back to bite you, and not necessarily the best ways. And this isn't like just a celebrity thing. I've actually seen this in the academic field quite frequently. When somebody says something that is, let's say, not the popular opinion, there can sometimes be a pile-on effect where you'll have a flood of people that will come at you with negative or contradictory opinions. And you have to decide if you really want to have that out there or not. Because that is your public persona. So it's good to have it, but it's also, it can be a double-edged sword. Okay, I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you so much to both Amel and Chris. I think if people have more questions, they can pop them in the chat box. Yo, is that a question? I see someone, what's happening? Someone just said something.
It's a recommendation from Linden.
Oh.
Recommendation, yeah.
Oh no, I thought that's a question. I'm like, yo, that's a wrong question. I was like, we don't have time to answer. But thank you so much to the both of you. If people have more questions, they can follow you on Twitter still because you have accounts. You can follow Builds and Amel, even though they post like after 10 months or after a year, but they do post. But you can then obviously engage and ask questions further about careers and bioinformatics and stuff like that. I think we can move on to the next session because I'm looking at time. So I'm going to ask that Linda
Thank you all.
and Caleb continue. But yeah, we are really grateful to both of you, Amel and Chris, waking up so early to join us. I mean, it's very late in the afternoon in Africa, but it's quite early that side. So thank you so much. And I'm glad that you're not in your PJs, guys. Lyndon and Caleb, are you ready?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, we are. Thank you. So welcome to the second session of how to read, summarize, and critique a scientific article. And this session will be focused on going into breakout rooms, and we'll share a document whereby you will go through the question that we covered during the previous session, which you need to ask yourself as you read an article in order to be able to digest the content and to be able to effectively summarize the content of that article, and where possible also try and critique the article. So the article that we shared is something that's quite relevant, and it's part of those Nature Scientific Letters, which means it's not a research article, or it's not a research article in that in the sense that it covers a wider scope of the content within that covers about SARS-CoV within South Africa and Africa at large. So do read that article. So the way it's structured is not clear. You won't be able to see clearly this introduction. The methodology, of course, is covered there, and sometimes within letters, they may skip the methodology and just cover it at a higher level. So go through that article and just focus on the question that we've shared and try and summarize it. Try and summarize that article based on those questions that we've just shared. So I'll just share a link to the Google document that we'll be using for that. And Babalo, I'm curious, how many groups can we get out of this? Can we do like 6 or so groups, breakout rooms?
We can. Again, you can also hop in between all of them. So I'll assign people automatically to 6 groups. So when it comes to, please join those groups. And I think after 20 minutes, they can come back to the main group, to the main room.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna break it now, and people must just accept. There's gonna be
just hold on. Let me just one more thing. So yeah, I shared the version of our presentation just so you guys can see the questions that you should ask yourself when you do summarize and when you do critique an article, so you can reference that when you're going through your things. And then when we do come back, it would be interesting to hear just your feedback and what you think about whether those questions did help you with summarizing and critiquing the article.
Thank you so much, Lyndon. So I'm gonna break the rooms now, and then people can accept. Okay, open all rooms. So you've been invited to join a room. Please accept a specific room that you are invited to, and do the activities that you've been asked to. Okay.
Pabalo, can you hear me?
Can you hear you, Shumi?
Yeah, I'm not in a breakout room. I need to pop out very, very quickly, 15 minutes, and then I'll be back.
That's fine. Okay, no, you. Okay,
All
no.
right. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Bye.
just quickly go through the article. And what I'm sensing is that not all of us were able to read the article beforehand, but I could still see some quite constructive discussions and being able to answer the questions that we had when it comes to summarizing the article. So you can imagine most of the time, the first pass usually takes really short time. Yes, I can see most of the participants are now coming back or are already back. I don't think there's anyone who is still in the breakout rooms. So what we're interested in is so we can still wait a bit for us to come through, but the question we'd be interested in, what worked in your specific breakout room, because you had really short amount of time to be able to go through the article, and most of you were actually skimming through the article at that time and trying to answer the questions as well. So I would be interested in a report back from just one person to just in each breakout room to just tell us about how did that go. I'm more interested in how did that go. Were the questions useful in being able to actually have a targeted reading of the article? So group one, anyone would like to give it a go? And if you had copied the questions to a separate document, please, if you can add them to the shared Google document, that would be useful. You know, any additional comments?
Okay, I think I'll start for room one. Most of us had not gone through the article, so we were basically trying to skim through it and try answer the questions. So we've been able to answer most of the questions. So I'm not sure, am I supposed to read out the answers we gave or?
So I'm interested in, were the questions useful in targeted reading of the article and just being able to quickly identify?
Yeah, I think, the questions were useful because they give you the whole idea about going through the article. Yeah.
Okay. So focus on just two things. What were the questions that were asked in that particular article?
Okay, so we had two questions. So what are the limits to cross-reactivity among SARS-CoV-2 strains and what are their effects? And also what are the three main lineage clusters that are used to determine the lineage defining mutations, if there are any? Yeah.
Okay. Any surprising or major finding that you identified already?
Maybe we could add that later because we didn't get the time to get to that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Any other feedback from that group? Anyone within the group, like what worked and what did not work, and what could be improved? And this is important when it comes to, and this is something I think all of you being involved in a journal club would get to know, is that when people have read the article, they would be a very engaging, quite an engaging discussion. And if you can add this now to this journal club distribution, I think for our journal clubs particularly will be even farming it up further and let people see these questions as part of the discussion. So when everyone has read the article, then it's much easier to have an engaging discussion. Findings, the things that were surprising, and so forth. So breakout room number 2. Anyone would like to give some report back from your team?
Sorry, Caleb, I'm not getting well. Are you asking for a breakout 3?
Sorry, breakout room number 2.
You're asking for the third breakout room.
The second breakout room.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi, Flo, for breakout 2, we actually, I think just other members did not get around to finishing the article, or at least skimming through it. But I think we found it very useful. And that I think most of the information for the first couple of questions were actually just like, if you kind of read through the abstract, you get an idea of what to expect based on the questions. Because if you ask questions like, what were the conclusions, everything is in there. So you kind of like they were saying breakout 1, group 1, that you kind of go reading through it, knowing what to expect and what kind of information you're expecting to fill into every little question section.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment from your?
From my group members.
Right. Thank you. We'll move on to group number 3.
Okay. For group number 3, for the main purpose of the study, we had the main purpose we found was to analyze the whole genome and report identified new lineage in South Africa. And then questions we identified that was asked in the paper was what are the sources of introduction of SARS-CoV-2 in South Africa? And then how they addressed the study, they analyzed sequence of 3 main lineage clusters to determine their lineage defining mutation, the way they address the question. Assumption from the author suggests that small numbers of apparent introduction after lockdown could be explained by more intensive genomic sampling at later stage, which likely revealed introduction events linked to previously undetected transmission chain. Major findings here. The main finding we got is that the analysis showed that several SARS-CoV lineage, each with unique mutation, emerged within localized epidemic during lockdown, even as the introduction of new lineage from outside South Africa was being curbed. Yes, so yeah, that's what we found.
Thank you, Kevin. So
I
I
don't know
think
if
you that's if there are any additional comments that would be welcome. But I'll just open it up now to the whole team, everyone that was involved in the whole exercise, and we're more interested in other questions useful when it comes to summarizing and which approach did you use? Because if you had most of you, I believe actually used the first pass approach, since they didn't have as much time to read through the article. So what you more or less did was skim through more or less the abstract and just read through quickly the conclusion there, trying to find the main question and then other section that you want. So any other comments generally at a high level on how to read, summarize, and critique a research article, and if anyone was able to find something to critique in the article or something of concern, maybe something they didn't highlight correctly and so forth, you're more than welcome to highlight that. Tendai, like that comment, because the article isn't split up in conventional sections, the guide questions were useful in navigating it, even on a first read, like that. Kali, please go on.
I found the guide questions very useful, and having read the paper yesterday when we received it, I think it would have been helpful. I had to read it a couple of times to grasp it. It's not really my field. So I think having the questions beforehand to guide our reading, like Tendai is saying, so that we have a better idea of the direction or how to read the paper. And I think the discussion within the group might have been easier having been guided earlier as a first read. Those questions were very helpful.
Thank you, Kali. Any other comment? This raises the fact that reading with intent, and reading with intent means you read with questions at the back of your mind that you're trying to find answers to. And when you do that, it's easier to find the answers. But if you're just reading through, you may not get as much from the article. But if you read with questions at the back of your mind, it's much easier to identify those things. And someone was saying, actually, the most important thing is asking the right questions, and it's easier to find the answers when you have the right questions. So I think
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think that's what makes these guidelines and these tips so useful and unique, is that you can do that whenever you're reviewing articles for your thesis, or when you're doing journal clubs and you don't always have time to read through the whole article. Just having these like targeted questions really helps you understand the study as a whole, and then you can pick up on the nuances of the study when someone's presenting that article, and then you'll be more informed and you can participate in discussion more easily.
that's true. Any other comment or feedback? Any other group that would like to give a report back? And see group number 4 had a quite detailed write-up. And so if there's any additional thing, Kali, and I think you're in that team, not and I, if there's any additional feedback on, especially a question like what surprised you from that study, that would be useful. And the question that remain unanswered. So would you like to cover that?
Sorry, are you asking directly?
Yeah, to that group, yes.
What surprised us, or me in particular, when I was reading it, I was quite surprised at the kind of conclusion that this fast spread of the different lineages is a result of localized outbreaks and the expected transmission dynamics, rather than a fitness advantage of a particular lineage. That was quite interesting, and I didn't know how prominent the hospital outbreaks were. So to me, that was also an interesting finding from the paper.
Thank you. Simeon Hebrew raises a question. Is it best practice to answer the guide questions sequentially, or can you respond to them as you skim through? And as long as you have the question at the back of your mind, you can respond to them as you find answers to those particular questions. So they are guide questions. It's not a requirement that you should go through them sequentially or even answer all the questions, but just having those questions would help you understand the article better as you read through it, especially if you're interested in getting to summarize that research article and ultimately to critique it. Eva raised a very important insightful comment here. Sometimes you may not have guiding questions, but the title abstract give you an insight into what the study was about. I always feel that the figures explain more than the words, especially when it comes to major findings, and that's correct. And after reading the abstract really quickly, you can be able to develop some of the questions that you can now go, okay, is this true? This is what they say in the abstract. Let me see what how the figures and the tables and so forth support those major findings, and getting to especially when it comes to critiquing and just forming your own interpretation of the figures and the results that the authors included in the article. Okay, any other comment? I think we still have a few minutes. If there are any additional comments, and here at this point also, you're more than welcome to tips when it comes to reading, how you do it yourself, and if you have tips for your colleagues and even to us, you're more than welcome to share at this point. Lyndon, any other question, comment at this point?
Did you ask, were you asking me, Caleb?
Yeah, if you have any additional comment, but generally to everyone, if you have any additional comment, Babalo as well, you read a lot, you write a lot. If you have any additional tips and comments, you at this point as we wind down.
I think we covered most of the important points. I'll just highlight again one thing that's always key when you're starting out is always knowing what you're looking for, and maybe write out a question for yourself in terms of what type of research articles you're trying to look for whenever you're writing a thesis. You don't just want to collect a bunch of articles and then never read through them. You want to collect key articles that you'll know inform your own thesis. So always know what you're looking for. Caleb did touch on that, but I think it's a really important step to highlight.
Okay, the silence now, what's happening? From my side, there's not a lot to say, besides the fact that you should obviously try and read widely. And I get the fact that there are tips, and I do that a lot as well when I write, that I don't read the whole article, but I think there are some articles that are gonna need you to go in and read the whole thing instead of just browsing or like perusing it quickly. You need to, like, to understand it, you need to actually sit for like 30 minutes or an hour or however long, depending on the number of pages. But obviously, I think that's another thing, that when you're doing your PhD, it should be understood that you're not expected to read all the articles. Because I mean, if an article is good, the abstract and the intro and the conclusion should be enough for you to know what the article is about and what the findings were, what methodologies were used, and what's important what's the important meat that you must take out from the paper. But I mean, there are some bad papers out there that you're gonna obviously need to like read the whole thing. If it's 30 pages, you need to like go page 1 to 30 to be able to say, okay, this is what this person was trying to say. Because I'm obviously academics, or people write inside jargon that it's not for everybody to understand. Because I mean, they pride themselves in perhaps using difficult language or style of writing that is not necessarily accessible to everyone, which for me personally, I'm not about that. And hence, like these days, I've started like writing popular articles. So what I'm trying to do is to, because I have a interdisciplinary training. I'm from social sciences, I'm from science. My training is from different, like 2 faculties. And now I'm doing my PhD as well in science. And I'm working in health sciences. But what I've then seen is how most of our work is removed from lay people. And I'm trying to change that. Hence, I mean, I use my personal social media to start conversations. And I'm also now a writer, like full-time. Like I actually have a column where for instance, if I want to write about data science, or my next article is going to be on genomics, I'll write about that. But obviously I have to read a lot to see what it's about or what people are saying. And then obviously condensing it in literally just less than 1,000 words, so that even any man, woman, whoever it is in any part of the world, as long as they can read English, they'll be able to understand. So I think it's also practicing in simplifying my thoughts and knowledge by like writing it in simple terms. Because I think obviously I can perform difficulty or like academia, but I personally like having people be able to read my work. Yeah.
Thank you, Babala. I think that's quite important. They say something, they say when you cannot explain it simply, you don't understand it enough. So if you have to use really difficult words to explain something, then you may not have a very clear understanding. But just being able to summarize in simple words is actually exactly. Thanks, Babala. So do that. Read, if it's complex, read it, but be able to, in the end, distill it to the essence of that article. And just if you can be able to explain that as simply as possible, few words, then you've actually understood that article. So thank you so much, everyone, for an engaging session and just for joining us in this session on reading, summarizing, and critiquing a scientific article. So I'll turn it back to Babalo.
Okay. Thank you so much, Caleb. Thank you so much, Lyndon. This was, as someone is saying, Fozia, this was an insightful session. I mean, we've had a blockbuster of 2 days, day 1 and day 2, and today is the last day. Thank you so much to you, Caleb. Thank you, Lyndon, to all our trainers. I mean, I'm not gonna even be the one to be able to express how we feel, but I'm personally grateful that when I invited you to join, you were like, yes, we'll do this. And I think we should obviously organize other training in future, and we will. I'm just gonna look at the program and see. We still have a bit of time, but I mean, now we've reached sort of the end, and I think we should just wrap it up nicely. I'm gonna ask my co-organizers, Shumichi Mombe and Fozia Arudani, to give, it doesn't have to be long, just like a few reflections, closing remarks and feedback from the both of them. Like it can just be a sentence or 10 sentences, however long it's gonna be, but don't feel the pressure to have to speak for long, but just give us a few take-home messages. What are your reflections on the past 2 days? And I think what I'm gonna do is send everybody a feedback form as well, at some point, as well as obviously send you resources, like as in slides, videos, whatever resources you will use throughout the 2 days, you will get them, and I'll give you an evaluation form whereby you can also suggest what other training do you need for future purposes, and what worked, what didn't work, how can we improve, what can we keep the same, and stuff like that. So thank you so much to all our trainers. Thank you to all of you attendees for coming in your numbers. You only had like the form for a few days, and you filled it in quickly, and I'm grateful for that. Okay, over to Shumi and Fozia to give us like a bit of closing before we head out. Thank you. Fozia, Shumi?
Sure. Thank you, Babalo. Fozia, would you like to go first?
Okay, thanks, Shumi. Okay, so now I will conclude for the 2 days workshop by starting by feedback from this the first day. I would like to thank the trainees for the relevant and the trainers for the relevant, helpful information brought through their insightful talks, and the accompanying exercise also for the guidance provided during the session. We hope this will help and strengthen the participants' skills and knowledge. Thanks for all participants for being interested in this workshop, for interacting. Thanks for your interaction and making the 2 days beneficial. So for the second day, I would like to thank Nikki Tiffin for presenting a very keen, logical, and explicit flowing methods on how to write and how to the manuscripts. So thanks to Nikki. I would like also to thank Caleb and Lyndon for the relevant talks from them to how to criticize the papers, how to read, how to summarize, and how to give relevant information from the papers. And thanks to them for the amazing key points. I would also thank Amal and Chris for their amazing talks. on how to make knowledge useful and how to be helpful for the community, how to connect and how to make collaboration and as in the professional life. So for as feedback for the 2 days, in total, during these 2 days, we had an amazing session with valuable effort, offered materials, tips and methodologies, scientific communications and form abstracts, presentations and reading papers. Thanks to all trainees for offering and for sharing their expertise. Thanks to all participants for attending the interesting interacting and sharing and discussing all the sessions. Thanks for making this workshop successful and the 2 days relevant. Thanks to Pablo for managing and leading the events. Thanks to all ACT Working Group team for the help to make this event happening. And thanks to all.
Wonderful. Thank you, Fawzia, for you. And you know, for also co-hosting this workshop and for all of your input throughout the workshop. For me, I am not a scientist. I am a communications person. So it was like the last 2 days were really amazing for me to learn a lot, and it's going to add value to my work as a communications person in terms of understanding the science and what everybody does. And for me now to be able to communicate and share that, you know, with the world, really, to tell the world what is happening within H3Africa. And I have a few pointers. The first one, thank you, Amel and Chris, talking about careers. We do have a career spotlight seminar series, which has been happening, led by Rolanda Julius. Amel, you're part of that. And it has taken a bit of a hiatus since she has been away, and I wasn't actually able to step in, but it's going to continue. And this career spotlight seminar actually does address all of these questions about what do I do going forward with my knowledge and with my skills and with my research. So I would really like to invite you and encourage you to be, you know, to attend these seminars as and when they happen. They will start to happen again soon. And then secondly, there are a number of fellows groups that are writing manuscripts as we go. The Fellows Club and the study coordinators, to name a few. And I really hope that this science writing communications workshop has really helped you to add value to the manuscripts that you're already working on. And then yesterday was really important in terms of talking about how to write a good abstract, how to present yourself as a good speed presentation, and that amazing feedback session with the reviewers yesterday, the critical feedback. And we really hope that for the 18th consortium, to invite fellows to submit abstracts, again, taking into consideration what you have learned this time around. I see that we have the winner of the speed presentation and the one who came second with us here. Well done, girls. So yeah, so just to make use of what you learned to be able to submit abstracts for the next consortium meeting. And during the course of the last 2 days, I have received a couple of queries about how can people join the H3Africa consortium community. You have to register for that. And Confidence, who is part of us, our IT consultant, will help you. So just send me and Confidence an email, and we will give you guidelines on what to do to join the H3Africa team. And then the importance of communications. As a communications person, I have to mention that. I really enjoyed Verena's talk yesterday about different ways of communicating your science, because in this world of COVID, but not just COVID, it's now like everything else. The world now wants to know what is it that is affecting us as humanity in terms of health, and really the importance of scientists. All of a sudden, scientists have been put into the spotlight to say, can you explain to us what is happening to us in this world? So really understanding communications. And then lastly, Pabalo, I really would like to thank you for putting together this workshop. It really was amazing. And just to give you a big up and to say, well done, thank you. And that's about it, I think, unless people have any questions for us, me and Fawzia and Pabalo. Thank you so much, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really, really grateful to all of you. And I think I see a comment. Thank you very much for putting together this workshop. It was impeccable. Yeah, so we'll organize future workshops. And if you have questions, you can email myself, Fawzia and Shumi, and we'll definitely be able to engage you on the education working group trainings that we're going to offer in future. But I mean, obviously, we're going to need your feedback, and please be honest. Please be honest and tell us what can we do to improve, what worked. And obviously, we're trying a different way of doing things, because again, we're doing things online. I mean, tell us, were there too many breaks? Were there too little breaks? Do you need longer breaks or stuff like that? You know what I mean? But you'll get the form that we're going to send out with everything else that we're going to be sending out by Friday, I hope, because tomorrow I'm running a webinar and I'm doing other work. So I'm not going to promise to say I'm going to do it today, but by Friday, you should be getting the documents that you need and the information. So thank you so much for attending, everybody. And yeah.
Please, Pabalo, are we going to have feedback survey for participants, because we need to evaluate their workshop?
Yes. So that's what I just said now. So when we send out the recording, the slides, there's going to be a link to the evaluation form for the workshop. Okay. Sure. I think I'm gonna close the room now. And just, I mean, literally, I'm grateful to all of you. Enjoy the rest of your day, depending on where you are in the world. And I think we'll see you in future, hopefully before September. But if not, the other training will be in September as well. So to all our trainers, to all the attendees, I'm really grateful. Enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye.
Bye, everybody. Bye.